Please welcome His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. Bonjour, welcome. Before I get into the absolute details of it, first, can I just remind you, you'll notice there's a translation device on your seat. The translation services are French is channel 1, English is on channel 2, Spanish is on channel 3, and Portuguese is on channel 4. Your Serene Highness, Excellencies, representatives of Indigenous peoples, local communities, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the first conference of the Forest and Communities Initiative. My name's Lavelda Vincenzi. I will be your host for the rest of the day. If you like it, you can let the foundation know. If you don't, please keep that opinion to yourself for the rest of the day, if that's okay. So this is the very first Forest and Conservations Initiative, which aims to support conservations of forests and ecosystems through actions of Indigenous peoples and local communities. The FCI does this by supporting conservation projects in the field, and we'll be hearing about one of those today in the very first panel that we're having later on. It also does it through building a network of actors in forest conservation and bringing them together in events such as this one, which you're here at today. Thank you all so much for joining us. This is the inaugural conference, so welcome and thank you so much for making it here. We have over 100 people in the room and a very, very strong representation of Indigenous peoples and local communities. The FCI is created by 5 founding members: the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, the International Ranger Federation, the Global Forest Coalition, and the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. The goal of today's event is to connect actors and support a community of practice in forest conservation, to develop recommendations and talk about what people need to protect the forests, and to share lessons learned. And boy, oh boy, do we have the right people in the room to support us in doing all of that today. Today focuses on 3 core themes. You will find that those themes are covered in the 3 panels that we'll have throughout the day. The first theme is effective forest conservation by Indigenous peoples and local communities, rights-based and gender-just approaches. The second theme that we'll be covering today is the use of environmental law for forest conservation. And the third theme is reconnecting national, international, and founding governance of Indigenous peoples and local communities for forest conservation. We're going to have a mixture of content today, a mixture of panel conversations as well as fireside conversations. And you can expect that this is not going to be one of those events where we're simply going to be sitting here talking at you, but rather we're going to expect and anticipate quite a bit of interaction. So what this means is there will be opportunities throughout the day, at the end of every panel and at the end of every fireside conversation, for you to ask your questions. So please listen with that intent. At the end of the day today, we'll be presenting a call to action that has been shared with all of you in advance, and we do hope that this will support some very concrete actions from today's gathering. Tomorrow, we'll continue this engagement with some workshops, and this will be for practical discussions and examples of how we can all work together to move forward. We count on your active participation in those workshops, and the workshops will again be based on the 3 core themes covered in the panels and discussions today. Therefore, your listening and participation today is going to support your ability and our ability to have success tomorrow. So do I have your agreement to take part? I'm delighted to be here to support this very, very unique event that brings together people from so many different cultures and backgrounds in a way that we haven't done before. Sorry, those are the three panels. It's now time for our welcome address. Are we ready? Mamma mia. Oh no. That's a little bit better. You'll find I'll do this with you throughout the day. It might be a little bit awkward for you if you're used to sitting and watching passively. I did say it was going to be engaging, and so we're going to have to start as we mean to go on. Is that okay? Yes. All right, fantastic. So let's get started. Are we ready to get started today? There we go, that's much better. It's now time for our welcome address. In a moment, I'm going to ask for you to stand as we welcome to the stage His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II of Monaco.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you so much for that introduction and for getting everybody started. Your Excellencies, dear Sebastião Salgado, partners, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis, je voulais
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I wanted to welcome you to this first conference on forests and communities.
This first conference on Forest and Communities Initiative. First and foremost, I'd like to thank those who have made this conference possible. In conjunction with my foundation's teams, the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, the International Rangers Federation, the Global Forest Coalition, and the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. Thank you so much for making this possible. I'd like to extend a special thanks and representatives to the indigenous peoples and local communities from Amazonia, the Congo Basin, and Southeast Asia for doing us the honor of joining us here today. On behalf of all the organizers, I'd like to express our appreciation and support to them. I would also like to, and of course, sorry, I forgot, not only Amazonia, Congo Basin in Asia, but also America and the Great North. I'd like to express our appreciation and support. I'd also like to tell them more broadly how much we need them, how much the planet needs them. I've taken part in the majority of international discussions focused on the environment for over 30 years now. I've been involved with my government or my foundation in international negotiations devoted to the climate or biodiversity for many years. And I've multiplied our commitments with private players, scientists, and NGOs. Yet I have to admit it now, all these actions have not been enough to reverse the trends. Not only have they not been enough, but the situation, far from improving, is getting worse as each year passes, as everyone in this room knows. IPCC reports widely confirmed by different data, by different climate data, IFB studies, and even our own perceptions bear witness to this. The forests, the reason we are all here today, have been particularly affected. Their surface areas have declined continuously and dramatically over the last few years in many areas of the world. Thankfully, from time to time, we've seen progress, achievement, as was the case in Montreal last year at the Convention on Biological Diversity. However, even the global biodiversity framework we adopted will not suffice. We know this, given the seriousness of the situation. Despite our best efforts, the fact that our actions and our tools are insufficient to avert degradation for which we are responsible. We have to acknowledge this, and we also have to acknowledge that most of the time, local communities and indigenous peoples have not been part of these strategies. the shortcomings of which we are now, of course, very well aware. Not only were they not always involved, but they were seldom the beneficiaries. These strategies have been often based solely on the reality of temperate forests and Western society. But more importantly, as we disregarded their knowledge, their skills, and their capacity for action. It is no coincidence that today, 91% of the land owned by Indigenous peoples and local communities have good or fair ecological status, when elsewhere it is so misused. This is the result of hundreds of thousands of years of intimacy with nature. This is the result of an approach that is more respectful of the overall balance of ecosystems. And it is, I believe, also the result of greater modesty and greater respect in regard to the wealth provided by our environment. Today, since we need to change our methods and approach, it is essential to do so with these peoples and these communities from whom we have so much to learn. It is essential to do so with you. It is the very purpose of this conference, to set a movement in motion, which I believe is essential and, what's more, highly promising. To achieve this, we will be exploring several key aspects of forest management by local communities, of course, and Indigenous peoples today. Practices, community rights, funding, and governance. We will address these different aspects in a holistic manner, incorporating as far as possible the diversity of the issues at stake, including ecological challenges and the players concerned. We will also address them based on sound scientific expertise, and I would like to thank the scientists who have agreed to join us here today, and we will do so based on a multidisciplinary approach so that we have a complete picture as possible. More importantly, we will do so while endeavoring to detach ourselves from what is often a reflex about which we now need to be mindful, believing that by doing better or more, something will always be done or achieved. We will be able to change things. The period and the current situation call for more radical and bolder solutions. Some will work as they work for you, and some may not be replicable in other latitudes. But it would be reprehensible not to look at them all. We need to question our own convictions, drawing on nature, and remembering the words of the great Victor Hugo in his memoirs. How sad to think that nature speaks and mankind does not listen. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we are here to listen to nature. We're here to listen to nature with more modesty. We're here to learn to listen to each other in a much better fashion. Fellow human beings from other cultures, other civilizations, and other continents. At a time when our world is filled with so much hatred and lack of understanding, I believe that this message may resonate far beyond these walls and far beyond the forest for which we are here today. I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, His Serene Highness, Prince Albert of the Second of Monaco. First up now, we have our very first fireside conversation where we're going to be diving into a better understanding of different cultures and what we're dealing with here. So first, just to remind you, this conversation, if you're not already on the translation channels, you might want to get on them. So first up, please give a warm round of applause. We've got the world-renowned Brazilian photographer who has gone on to plant over 3 million trees, restoring over 200,000 acres of sources of water, sorry. Award-winning photographer and environmentalist, please give a warm round of applause to Sebastião Salgado. You are very welcome. Welcome to the stage. How are you doing today?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be there.
To dive in and start this conversation, many already know that you're a brilliant, brilliant photographer. And particularly, you have photographed many indigenous peoples in the Amazon. Can you perhaps tell us how you came to be doing that photography?
Well, I came to photography very late. Before, I was an economist. I walked from my country because of dictatorship in Brazil, and I came to France to prepare a PhD and work as an economist in Africa. I was working International Coffee Organization, doing missions in Africa with the World Bank. I bring with me a camera. And when I came back to London, where I was living, these pictures gave me 10 times more pleasure than the economic report that was necessary to do. And in a moment, photography took over, and I became a photographer.
So taking photos once, captivating that moment, the joy that came from it is what's kept you doing it. What have you learned about the Amazon and its people through this photographic journey that you've been on? Because you've recently published a book on it as well.
I spent many years in Amazonia. Benck is there. I live in his home for a while with his family, as I live with 12 different tribes in Amazonia. During 7 years, I cover all Amazonia by boat. I was with the Brazilian Army. Brazilian Army is the only institution that's everywhere in Amazonia. They have 27 headquarters inside Amazonia, and they bring me with them in their missions, what allowed me to see amazing things in Amazonia. And I prepared a body of work that became a quite large book, became a show, and we showed the speakers all over the planet, most linked with the Indian movement in Brazil and the environmentalist movement in Brazil, in order to show the pristine Amazonia. I take an option. I photograph also the destroyed Amazonia, but inside this project, I show only the pristine Amazonia. The Amazonia that is there yet in 80%. We destroyed about 20% of Amazonia. But majority of Amazonia is yet there. It is possible. It's essential for us to protect, to hold this huge forest, like it's essential to hold the boreal forest, the Papua forest, the African, what you have, the African forest, is essential for us to do this conservation, not because carbon, because destabilize the forest, the old forest, they don't capture carbon. The emission, they do some emission carbon, they capture some, but they are stabilized. The big problem with this huge forest, if we destroy them, they become a disaster in emission of dioxide of carbon. You have an idea? My country, Brazil, that's one of the biggest countries on this planet. Brazil is about 16 times bigger than metropolitan France. Brazil, the 10 big towns in Brazil that do emission of carbon is not São Paulo, with the full Brazilian industrial system, with millions of cars in the street. It's not Rio de Janeiro, the second biggest town. The Between the 10 biggest towns that emit the carbon in Brazil, the 8 first ones are inside Amazonia, because we destroy the forest, we burn the wood, or we leave the wood there, and wood is pure carbon. When we destroy the forest, we put an amazing amount of carbon in the atmosphere. And we need to hold this forest. And my pictures I did in this sense, to show what is pristine, to show what is necessary to hold. And what we must do in the planet is what Bank is doing in Brazil. What we are doing in Instituto Terra is the rehabilitation of the forests. With the rehabilitation of forests, we can capture carbon. Because during the time that a tree is growing, it's capturing carbon. You see the formula of carbon, CO2. It's 2 atoms of carbon. It's 1 atom of carbon and 2 atoms of oxygen. By the photosynthesis, the trees capture the carbon, transform in wood, pure carbon, and liberate 2 atoms of oxygen that we can breathe. That's important, very important. We are in this meeting discussing about ecology. No, we are, my friends, in this meeting to discuss about planting trees. The only solution, the only one, there is no two, there is no machine in this planet capable to capture the carbon except the trees. We must plant trees. We can discuss what you want. The essential is to plant trees. In our small project in Brazil, we plant about 3 million trees. We are capable to sequestrate, to capture the carbon of the biggest publisher of artist book in the planet, that is Taschen Edition House in Germany. They publish millions of huge books per year. With our small forests in Brazil, we are capturing all the carbon of Taschen. You see, if we go in a big project, as Bank is doing in Amazonia, we can rehabilitate the planet. We can guarantee the capture of carbon. We can guarantee the system of water. Look in Europe, look at France. Last year, the 2 years before, hundreds of communities in France was feeding water by trucks. That was something that was normal in Sahel, in Africa, but not here in Europe. Spain became a desert. We are having a problem of water. Who can give the solution for water? The trees. Only the trees are capable to store it, humidity in the soil, and recreate the source of water. And plus important than carbon, plus important than water, we must rehabilitate the biodiversity. We are losing in a very high speed the biodiversity in the planet. Look, our neighbor, Germany, in the last 40 years, Germany loses 70% of their biodiversity. We are going inside to live in a desert. We will have no more pollination of the fruit trees, of the plants that we need to eat. We will not having more filters against the diseases if you don't have a biodiversity. The disaster is much bigger in biodiversity than in carbon. And the only solution is to plant in trees. It's as easy as this.
Fantastic. One more question for you, Sebastião, before we open up to questions from the audience. I did tell you this was going to be interactive, so I did lie. Photography is a really powerful tool for transformation. Can you perhaps share how your photos have been making a real difference?
You see, photographic language, there is only two artistic languages on this planet that are universal. Is music and photography. What I write in photography in Japan, we can read in Brazil, we can read here, we can read it in China. What I write in photography in Monaco, we can understand perfect well in Japan, everywhere. We don't need a translation. Music is the same. That means photography is very important. Plus, when you do a cross-section, you press the button, you do a picture, you made one reference for the history. That means I made one archive that became a reference in the history. It's amazing. I'm editing a set of pictures for a museum in Los Angeles about workers in Soviet Union in the 80s. It is amazing, my friends. When I went inside these factories in Kazakhstan, in Azerbaijan, in Ukraine, and in Russia, I had no idea that was doing cross-section the history of these countries. And now I'm preparing a show that became a reference in the history of these countries. I work in Amazonia for many years before to come to this project of 7 years that I spent in Amazonia. All these pictures are together because they tell a story. They do a cross-section in the historical moment that they were made. I believe that photography has this power. My photography, I were an economist, I came from an underdeveloped country, I started doing social photography, and in a moment, naturally, I migrated towards environmental photography. But it's not the difference between social and environmental. What I'm doing, I keep going linked with the historical moment that I'm living.
I love when you say photography is universal. It speaks across all different languages, and it doesn't need any additional translation. Everybody can look at it and translate that for themselves, regardless of where they're from. So now's the opportunity to get some questions from the audience. I've tried to prime them, Sebastião. Let's see what happens here. If you've got a question, you've got, yes, we've got one. Can you keep your hand raised really high so the microphone can come to you? Because we're also live streaming, and even though I know you probably have a very big voice and can shout, it's not ideal. So over here on the, I would say right, but it's the opposite, and my right and left is about to get all mixed up. Okay, we have a microphone.
Bonjour, merci de prendre ma question.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my question. Thank you for your welcoming words, and thank you for your presence. I agree with you about the fact that environment, ecology, and social are one and the same thing, meaning that if you destroy the land, human beings won't be able to live. Do you think it might be possible for a law and a power to dominate all others, that of the preservation of our planet? Can you ask again, because I'm a bit deaf, sorry. Do you think it might be possible for one power, one law, that of preservation of our planet to dominate all others, i.e. a form of global governance via the environments and environmental preservation and protection? Because we're almost at a tipping point, and it is absolutely urgent, I must say. Would it be possible, despite all dictatures? I hope you will excuse me for answering in English.
The question is, do we think that there's an opportunity for a global law of some description around climate conservation? Do you think that there's ability to have a law at that level that would impact us globally?
Do you know, it's impossible to have a global law. That don't exist. You see, same in case of war that are going on now in Ukraine, in Palestine. United Nations has position, but United Nations cannot dictate laws. Don't exist law. We must do, as our friend from Papua New Guinea tell yesterday evening, to have some governments that have an understanding in direction of the environment that then work better. It's the case in Brazil today with Lula. We had a government that happened 1 year ago that was a disaster environment. You have a new government that works properly, but it's not true that in 4 years we don't going back again. You see, that is the big problem with politics. That is probably the biggest problem that we have, what's so-called democracy. And you see, the biggest country in the planet that's planting more trees is not a democratic country, it's China. China is the country that's planting trillions of trees. They are going ahead with a national program because we had a government, they took this decision. But planetarily, it's very difficult to get one decision. You see, we work in an environmental project in Brazil. We are planting millions of trees. We try to work with governments. First, we don't work with Brazilian government. It's dangerous. Because we did it before, we are about to close our institutes twice. Because the Brazilian government that accepted to come with us in the project, we made all the expense and they do not pay the expense. It was necessary to Leila, my wife, and myself sell half of the things that we had to pay the debt that we create, that the government is supposed to pay for us, they don't did, and we take a decision never more to work with the Brazilian government. We work now with the German government. German government approved a huge project for us in Brazil. We are planting about 4,200 small forests. To recuperate, to rehabilitate a source of water, we must plant a small forest of about 500 trees in exactly the place where the old source of water was, and that is dead now. We planted, and 2 years we have water back. And we have the approval for the Ministry of Cooperation in Germany, but the KfW Bank, for rehabilitate 4,200 sources of water. It's amazing money, it's an amazing project, but we spent 13 years to get the approval of this project.
Wow.
The governments are very slow down. They don't work fast. And when they take a decision, the next government will change the decision, go in another direction. And what's happening on the planet now is urgent. It's urgent. If you don't take a position now, it will be too late. And I put the question, if it is not too late now, you see? And the only way that you are getting our project to work in a high speed that we need is with the companies, the enterprises, the private, the capital, the money of the companies. You see, if you have a CEO of a big company that is someone with a sensibility towards the environment, we win because they can take a decision in just a few months. In few months, we are going ahead. We have a company here in Switzerland called Zurich Insurance Company. That was necessary to plant 1 million trees. Because you see, when bank in Amazonia plant a forest, around here, he has part of the Amazonia that was destroyed. Around him, he has a lot of trees of yet Amazonia. He plants, and the birds, the other animals, they bring inside the project the other seeds and add him to rehabilitate his forest. But if you plant in a desert, as we are planting, we had a forest tens of years before that was completely destroyed. We are rehabilitating a forest. You must plant all the plants. We must plant, there is a sequence of plantation. We plant first the pioneers, second the secondaires, and after the late secondary. And you're supposed to have the birds, we're supposed to have the animals other that bring from the forest around the other seeds to make it grow the climax, the trees that will be staying there for 1,000 years. But there is no seeds around. There is no bank of seeds. It is necessary to us to plant, saving the climax. We came to Zurich, say, guys, we need to plant 1 million trees. In 3 months, we had the money, we were planting the trees.
So what I'm hearing is in terms of speed, while it's very difficult to get something at a global level, and actually it's not fast enough. We're in an urgent scenario where there are other avenues that are a lot quicker. I'm going to see if we can squeeze in one more question. I see you at the back. However, Juliet at the front was waving at me a little bit earlier. So apologies, but it is telling you you're going to have to get your hands up fast if you want questions. So Juliet, if we can get straight to the core of your question, because I am squeezing one more out of Carlos before we move on to the next one.
Thank you very much, Madame MC, Sa Majesté le Prince Albert II, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to try to kind of answer the question that was asked about whether we can have a global law for forest protection or environmental protection. Just to remind that in 1992, when government failed to create a convention on forests, some years after, they were able to establish the United Nations Forum on Forest, which is a non-legally binding forum. But a few years after, they were able also to adopt the UN Strategic Plan on Forest, which today is the global framework on forest protection in the world. It was adopted by all the membership, and the UN the UN Forum on Forest is the first functional commission of the Economic Council, Economic and Social Council. So the question is not about whether we have some legal framework or not. There are some plethora of laws. There are some plethora of policies. The real question is their enforcement. And the discussion we have today is to really correct the mistake we've done in the past by excluding the main stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juliet. I'll be speaking to Juliet later on.
I just needed to complement a small point. You see, we planted trees, madam, not by law. We live in a market economy. You see, look inside this room. We have a representation of the native, the people that live inside the forest. A small representation. We get a sample of a few different places of the planet. Fantastic is there. In Brazil, we have the Indian movement that's really integrating the fight for the forest, completely integrate. That is not a problem in this side. The problem is the other. We have no peasants here. We not have farmers here. And the majority of the land in this planet where we must rehabilitate it are in the hands of the farmers, are in the hands of the peasants. If we don't bring to these peasants, to these farmers, a condition to planting trees, they will not plant in trees. You see, the only way we have credit for carbon, we have money for carbon. But when you go to these COPs, we have all these huge companies that are there before the others because they needed the money. Because they are reducing carbon, they get all the money for this, between brackets, carbon. But the real carbon is, capture of the carbon is made by the trees. Will be made by the peasants. If you don't pay enough money to plant the trees, giving them money for the carbon that they capture, no one will be planting trees. You see, the trees must compete with the maize, with the beef, with anything that we produce in the land. We must pay for these trees. The society might pay for these trees. The country will be not planting trees. You see, it's as this, or we integrate the guys, the peasants, the owners of the land, inside all this discussion, inside all the COPs, or we'll be not having plantation of trees.
Absolutely. Please give an incredible warm round of applause for Sebastião Salgado. Thank you so much. Well, if there's one thing I know to be true today, it's going to be some passionate discussion, isn't it? Passionate discussion. When we get to that Q&A, you're going to want to get your hands up quick smart, because apparently there's a lot of questions in the room. So next up, we have another fireside conversation. We watched the movie yesterday evening, starring this particular speaker. This one I'll be speaking in English, he's going to be speaking in Portuguese, so you've been forewarned to please have your translation headsets particularly available for this, because it will not be entirely in English. Our next speaker is an indigenous spiritual and political leader from the Anshenke people of Brazil. He has championed the rights of indigenous people for decades, particularly related to those of indigenous lands, cultures, cultural heritage, and traditional knowledge. Please give an incredible, warm round of applause for Chief Banco Pianco. Hello. Chief Banky, it was one... Let's show the chief respect. Chief Banky, we were lucky enough to watch a film yesterday about you and the great work that you're doing protecting the forests in the Amazon. Beyond the loss of forests, as a political and spiritual leader, what else is in danger if we don't take an inclusive approach to protecting and restoring forests? What else is at stake?
Primeiro, eu quero agradecer a oportunidade de poder
First of all, I
compartilhar
would
isso com
like
cada
to
de vocês.
thank you all for the opportunity that is given to me to share all this
Nós estamos
with
num
you, to have
planeta
this discussion
que
with
está
you.
com muitos problemas,
We are
problemas
living
muito
on a
sérios.
planet that has a lot of
Eu vi
serious
aqui falando
problems.
de leis, né? Eu vejo
I heard
dentro
you
de
talk
mim,
about laws.
né? Eu acho que a lei ela vai fazer muita coisa importante.
I
Mas se
think
nós não
that
tiver
the law
consciência,
can be
o
important,
nosso povo não tem
but
lei
if,
para nós cuidar da floresta.
well, you know,
Qual é a
our
lei que
people
veio de
doesn't
fora
have
para
any
nós
law
viver com a
that
floresta e a
imposed
harmonia? Qual é
upon
a
them
lei?
to
Lei.
protect the forest.
Porque a gente ama a nossa vida.
Which
E nós amamos
law
a terra também como
will
parte da nossa
impose us
vida.
to live in harmony
Amamos a
with
floresta como
forests?
parte da nossa
None,
vida.
because it's
Então,
part
ela
and
já
parcel
existe
of
uma
our
lei
lives.
feita pela
We
criação.
love the forest, we love
Então,
nature.
carrego isso como ensinamento
Law
do meu povo,
is imposed by
que tem
nature.
dado a nós
This is
uma
what I learned from my
responsabilidade de
people.
poder olhar para a água
And we have
como
this
nossa fonte de vida,
responsibility
floresta
to
como nossos
look at
alimentos,
water, which is
o
the
ar
source
como
of
nosso
life,
alimento. Então, nós
our
vivemos num mundo
forests
de
that will
espírito,
feed
que
us,
é
the
ligado,
air.
tudo é ligado um no outro.
We live
Então,
in
essa
a
ligação,
world
ela
of
não faz a
spirits.
diferença de
Everything
que é
is
água, que é
intrinsically
floresta,
linked.
que é peixe, que é animais, que é
We
ar,
don't
que é
see the
sol, que é
difference
lua,
between
que é
forest,
noite, que
the
é
air,
frio, que é
the
quente.
sun,
Ela tá ligada em
the
tudo
cold, the
pra segurar a nossa
temperatures, the hot
sustentabilidade e
temperatures.
Então,
All this
carregamos isso como
help us
ensinamento e é por isso que
live.
nós
All this
falamos
helps us live.
sobre a
And
nossa
this is why
sustentabilidade. Se a nossa
we talk
cada
about
cada
sustainability.
desses seres forem
Each
exterminado,
element, each
vai
component,
exterminando uma cadeia. Então nós temos hoje uma cadeia de milhões
each
de seres na
component,
Terra.
if
hoje
they
está sendo
are
exterminado,
exterminated, then
está
it
sendo
has
morto,
an impact
só
on
tirado,
everyone
só
else.
consumido, só destruído. E a gente faz essa pergunta
And
para o
so
mundo.
there are many
E é essa
species
pergunta
that are
que nós, povos indígenas,
destroyed.
fazemos no mundo. Hoje,
So,
meu povo
what
vive
question should we
milhões
ask
de anos no meio da
ourselves?
floresta, nós
Today,
nunca vimos povo de dizer,
My
mudança
people
climática
has
por conta da
lived
destruição da
for
floresta.
millions of years
Mudança
in the
climática por
forest,
conta da água que
and
está se
we've never been
acabando.
told that we
Não,
are
a gente tem
exterminating
todo
the
consumo
forest. We've never
em
seen
equilíbrio.
water being
Tira,
dried up,
planta, bebe,
because
cuida.
we
Zela por
manage
aquilo
to
que a gente
respect
tem.
the balance.
É
Every
esse
time
dos
we
pontos
pick
mais
plants,
importantes
we
que
plant back.
eu falo sobre a
And these
espiritualidade.
are the
Carrego esse
elements
mundo
that
da
are
espiritualidade,
important
olhando
to
essas
respect the
frequências que a gente vive
spiritual
sobre esse mundo.
element
E
of
hoje
the
nós estamos
forest.
vendo realmente o que está acontecendo no planeta.
And we
O que está
see what's
acontecendo
going
na
on
Terra,
in the planet
na nossa
elsewhere
floresta.
on the earth,
Pelo desmatamento e pela
in
sede das
forests,
águas.
because
Tá
of
vindo
forests
problemas
being cleared
gravíssimos se a
and
gente não
droughts that
tomar
are entailed
conta e
and
assumir essa
serious
responsabilidade.
problems
Desses
that
erros,
are
a
caused
gente
by
vai
all this.
passar por
And we
problemas
need to
muito
take into
mais
account
sérios
all
no
the
nosso
mistakes
planeta.
that are committed.
Então, nós
Otherwise,
estamos
we're going to
hoje
have even
lutando
more
para
serious
que esse
problems.
reconhecimento da nossa
We are
história
fighting
milenar,
today
pelo menos
to
entre um
make
pouco
sure
na cabeça
that
da
our
ciência.
history
Pelo
is
menos entre
acknowledged
pouco na cabeça dos
and for science to take
pelo
this
menos
into
entre
account.
pouco na cabeça dos economistas. Para poder a gente olhar que não só
Consumers,
tirar, para se viver
economists
bem,
should
quando olha
understand
para a
that.
terra, quando olha para o petróleo, quando olha para a floresta, quando olha para os animais, todo tipo de minério
Oil
que são
extraction,
vividos dentro
gold
do mundo,
extraction
que
have an
é
impact on
capital.
forests and
É por
animals.
isso que a gente vê gente dizendo assim, nós vamos hoje colocar,
And forests and
plantar
animals
floresta.
are our
Floresta é
real
muito bom.
capital.
Cuidar dela.
This is
Porque
why
boa
we
parte
have
do
to
nosso
respect
povo
and
indígena hoje,
replant
nós estamos
trees.
cuidando milhões de anos, nossas florestas 100%.
For millions of years, we've been taking care of forests, and we haven't been paid for it. And those that have killed animals and plants, they are now being paid to replant trees. We have never been paid. Why couldn't we be paid? We have know-how, we have awareness, we have a sense of ownership. Our responsibility is to preserve our forest. We have a different outlook on life. There have been massacres in our world. We have survived, and our response is love, commitment. And this is what we try to teach to the world.
Por isso que nós estamos vendo os rios secando, peixe morrendo, animais morrendo, os mares, todas as contaminações em cima dessas águas que todo
We
mundo
see
bebe e come
fish
todo
being
dia.
exterminated, we see water being poisoned, and we need all this to survive.
Your peoples have not been paid to replant trees and look after. Un momento. Continue? Okay. Your people have not been paid to look after the forests, to replant any forests at all. And today we're here to talk about inclusivity of Indigenous peoples and local communities in the restoration and conservation of forests. How do we include and involve Indigenous peoples and local communities better?
É esse dos pontos fundamentais que a gente hoje precisa fazer esse diálogo.
This is a very important subject. We need to open the dialogue on that subject. I left from my village in 2006, 2004, 2006, because in 1989 I started replanting trees. I had realized how much trees had been logged out, how much drought we had, and we had to fight back. And since the 80s, we started fighting. We had to fight at the time. And we were told that we were going to be killed, that we were poor. And we were poor because we could not draw upon the wealth of nature. But what we want to do is export wisdom from our communities. We are not buying trees, we are not buying fish. We are trying to live in harmony. We are not owners, we are only stewards of forests. We've planted more than 1 million trees to try to make up for what landowners have done. And children work with me and have been working with me for years now, because it's overused. And I left to say to company owners, to consumers, the way in which we were threatened. It's not because we were poor, but rather because we are rich. It's the other way around, actually. But there were a lot of trees being cut off, a lot of species being exterminated for mineral extractions. These are the ones that are poor. They're destroying our wealth. We went to Marechal Maltulgo. We tried to open dialogue with the politicians, because the political leaders needed to understand that our work could reap benefit, could reap fruits. And we started talking with young people in schools. And we started replanting a lot of trees since 2006, 2003, without asking anything to anyone. We just wanted to raise awareness about what we were doing. Everything that we did had a significant impact. We are capable of rehabilitating forests, water resources, and even human lives, because there are very poor people starving. We do not need to starve, because we can do something about it. Those that have nothing can work differently. We have to work hard, and we can eat. We have to be responsible in our homeland. And if we do so, then we can change things. We take care of our waste, of our plants. People see that we eat well. Why? Well, in Marechal Tomato community, it sets an example. We see that there are thousands of people that are wandering. They all want to eat right away, but they do not think about the future. They want to drink, eat, spend money right away. They are thinking short term. I have another outlook, because my mother and my father gave a lot of importance to the roots of the forest, and they said, eat well, but plant back. And please teach these learnings to your children. This is my responsibility. I want to rehabilitate the planet. How should we do it? How can we conserve? How can we protect the planet? We have to take ownership of our homeland. We've seen what has happened. The humanity has triggered this imbalance. It's not nature. We see disasters everywhere in the world. Who's going to change it? We are going to change it.
We certainly need to take ownership. I think we have time for one quick question before we need to move on to the next panel. Whichever hand shoots up first has got it. Oh, there we go, at the back on the left-hand side. I was going to say, Chief Benki has silenced everybody with passion.
Thank you very much. It's very impressive to hear about. I think it would be interesting to hear Chief Benko's perspective. In terms of resources, is it more helpful for the global community to look at resources that support your communities in protection and reforestation, and or on local governments in terms of protecting forest resources, in terms of enforcement of illegal mining, illegal logging, those kind of things. It would be interesting just to hear in terms of what are sort of the resources needed from your perspective to support communities to do conservation and forest protection.
That is a big question when we have a very little amount of time, but Chief Banky, I'm sure you've got this.
A lei é ponto fundamental para a gente poder expandir.
Law is fundamental
Hoje nós estamos saindo da nossa terra
so that we can raise awareness everywhere.
fora da terra.
When I left home,
Ter a oportunidade de aliar quanto mais pessoas, jovens, alunos,
I tried to create an institution outside of home so as to drive an impetus among the young people and to open up dialogue with the world, to finger point where problems are, and to think about the future of the planet. Our conscience, our dreams, our perception need to be in line with the world. We have a connection with all the indigenous peoples in Peru, in Brazil, and the Institute has also achieved that, because not everyone can leave their home village to come to us. And we need to be at peace. So the Institute tried to reach out to find support from everyone and to become some kind of university to teach what we learned from our elders and ancestors. This is what we're trying to do with our institute, and this is why we're building up a network of partners to welcome people, to make sure they understand how we can implement projects and support that region. If we are together to protect forests, animals, and rivers, will be wealthier than by burning forests. It will pay off in a different way. We'll have a lot of fruit, of wood types, and a lot of natural medicine that we can use that can be beneficial for all. We should look at forests as a green pharmacy that can heal all the illnesses in the world. We have fruits, plants that are medicine in being, but they are not processed. They're not genetically modified. It's a universe per se, and we want everyone to benefit from it. And the law is important for this. This is what we've done so far. And for those that breach the law, we want to be able to sue them. And those that know that they can change the world, then they need to reach out to everyone to disseminate and convey this message. Despite the law, if we do not have this awareness, nothing will change, because the planet is very wide and we have disasters after disasters. We are living on a planet where, as Salgado said, where alone we cannot do anything. We have to make sure that forests are protected. And elsewhere, we see people waging wars. We have to keep planting trees. If someone discharges chemical products on the earth, well, we need to raise awareness to change our ways of doing, because otherwise the bill that we need to pay will be much higher. We need to take care of our planet right now.
Thank you so much, Chief Banky. Warm round of applause. Thank you. Got everything there? Next up, last fireside before we get ready to head into the break. We have the co-founder of Amazon Frontlines. This one will be in English and Spanish, so again, please have your headsets ready. So the co-founder of Amazon Frontlines and Sabao Alliance, please welcome to the stage Nemonte Nkemo Warani. So we heard earlier on today, and we know that Indigenous peoples are guardians of more than 80% of biodiversity on the planet. The ancestral territories and customary lands of Indigenous peoples in the Amazon are nearly 50% of the remaining standing Amazon forest. Nemonte, can you tell us why Indigenous peoples are such powerful protectors and conservationists of the forest, rivers, and nature?
Hello, everyone. My name is Nemonte Nkemo. I'm a Gaorike. I say Waponi Aorike, which means a good day in my language. I live in the forest because the indigenous people in most parts of the world live in the forest and respect Mother Earth. And we thank our ancestors for the millennia of connection with nature. And to me, it's most important for us, indigenous people, to have this inheritance of respect for Mother Earth. We know the forest gives us life, and for us, it's important to know that the Amazonian region is a vital wealth which is important for the whole world. I believe that the people here, for the people here, your ancestors had this knowledge, but now they no longer have it. I come from the forest when you work on computers to be able to feed your children, to be able to give your children some food. But we indigenous people, we don't live that. We live in a community. We share food amongst ourselves. We have a spiritual connection. And I believe that this knowledge has been lost in many places. And my advice to the world would be to reconnect with Mother Earth and to reconnect with the spiritual link and the love we have for nature. We need to tell our children, our students in the world about that. We need to tell them that this new system is threatening us in the Amazonian region because we have wood, we have oil, we have gold. So the oil you need to manage your cars to us represents the blood of our grandparents, which is underneath the soil. So through this connection, I would like to tell you about this millennial lineage with our ancestors, and we can't destroy it because we would damage and we would be damaging our ancestors if we don't respect this. This is why we have to tell the world that we, indigenous people, are the first line of defense against climate change. This is a message I want to convey to all of you, and the message is that the idea is not to defend the indigenous people, but to defend everyone here and everyone for the future. This would be my message to all here. It is not just a support to us, it's not a support to just us. Capitalism in the big cities needs resources and resources and more resources, and this will affect not only the indigenous people, but the whole world who are impacted by climate change. So what I hear from the various people here, when someone said, how can we have a different law that everybody can respect? To me, the message is clear and simple. In my hope is that one of the fights that I led with the people from my country and other people, because the Ecuadorian government did not want to abide by what we were asking. But knowing the knowledge of our people, and I contacted other people who were faced with oil companies and who lived as I live. We have 180,000 hectares of virgin land. Supposedly, oil is supposed to be a development for the economy, but and they say it's going to take us out of poverty. But to us, this is poverty because it destroys our rivers, our lands. This is not, and it's destroying our culture. So you have pharmacies, you have tools, you can go to a doctor, but we have this in the forest. We depend on the forest. We live with the nature, with the spirituality, the water. We live from hunting and fishing, but not to sell these products. We just fish and hunt to eat. If someone is sick, our grandmother helps us to treat them, and everything is done in harmony with nature. We as indigenous people, we don't want to live in a world of individualism with everyone living on his side. We want to continue living in a community. We want to continue being Aurani. We want to continue living with our culture and this connection with nature, respecting what our ancestors used to do, i.e. respecting nature. We still have this connection with nature, and we don't want to disappear. This is my message.
As an Indigenous woman leader who has become a symbol around the world for love of Mother Nature, and who has had many, many victories protecting forests against some very powerful interests, you must face some real challenges. Can you perhaps tell us a little bit about them and what it takes to be a woman leader fighting for your people and fighting for the forests?
Tout d'abord, dans ma culture, ce sont les femmes qui sont leaders. Ce sont les femmes qui décident de faire la guerre, et cela depuis des millénaires. I come from a people where women are leaders, where the majority, and we have a civilization where men make decisions, and this is the cause of violence. They don't respect women. There is violence in this very system with war wedged between the nations. I consider that I come from a line of women where we are very important. Women are peace. Women are connected to Mother Earth. If we mistreat our Mother Earth, we won't have life and food from it. We consider it as sacred because it gives us life and children. This is the lineage I consider. I represent a lineage of women who were leaders. But I feel that this civilization is strengthening this, and this is reaching the Amazon region. Violence is reaching us. The mistreatment of women is reaching us. But we don't want to allow this destruction. We want to continue for women to be respected like Mother Earth has to be respected to give us life. And this is what I'm working on very hard. And to me, it's been very difficult to be a young woman, a young mother, leading this process. Very often in my own heart, I close my heart and I pray my ancestors to help me continue this connection with the forest. This love for my children is also the reason for my fight. I fight to guarantee that the indigenous people living in our territory will continue being connected to nature spiritually so that we can continue being Guarani, continue living in harmony with our environment. This has been a very difficult role, but in the 10 years of my fight against the threat against the Ecuador, I have never stopped. I have behind me the powerful lineage of women who were warriors, shamans, and I respect their heritage. I say on the day I die, I will sow a lot of seeds everywhere in the world, and this has given me the strength because I want to protect the future of my children, but not only them, but the whole world in which we live. We depend on land, on air, on water, and if we haven't got these three things, we won't exist anymore, neither me nor you. So it's essential to convey this message to the whole world here. Very often we hear scientists about global warming hitting the planet, but from what I've seen as an indigenous woman is that you're not giving enough place to women in the Amazonian region. We can take up this position. We can convey the message. Very often in the area of human rights and climate change, those who speak are the presidents, the political authorities, but the decision-making about how we can change the world to live well does not include us indigenous women and the knowledge of indigenous people. This is not respected. What best could it be but to know to get the knowledge of the indigenous people, because we know how to make decisions to change things. If you do not give us space, we won't be able to continue talking about climate change. To me, it's a loss of time. We indigenous people are at the forefront of the fight against climate change. We have to take into account the fact that you must give us space. As we say, Mother Earth is not waiting for us to save it. It's just waiting for us to respect it. This is my message, and I will tell everyone here. We must be part of this discussion. We mustn't be the indigenous people fighting in our corner. We must be heard in this world if we want to live the future properly. Thank you.
I would love to take some more questions. However, we are running so tight on time. Unfortunately, we're going to have to move on to the next segment. Nemente, thank you so much for joining us. Please give her a warm round of applause. Before we make our way to the break, we've had some incredibly spirited conversations this morning, and thank you so much to those who've commenced the conversations and opened up the dialogue. But now we're going to test something out that's going to require your listening ears very quickly. We're going to go and do a group photo. So firstly, if I could please welcome our photographer to the stage, ready to take the photograph, and then I'll quickly explain what we're going to do before we jump into the break. So in a moment, I'm going to ask everybody to stand up. If you can scooch into the middle a little bit, feel free to fill up the middle of the aisles. I will jump into the middle in a moment. as well. How to move 100 people to do a photograph in less than 5 minutes. Let's see how we can do. I know you've got your listening ears. We've been very good so far. So if everybody can make them way to the center, green light that we've got the lighting correct. If you can't see the camera can't see you, which is fine if you don't want the camera to see you, but if you do want it to see you, then you're gonna have to see the camera. On the left-hand side here, if we can scooch across a little bit into the center. There we go, are we good? Yeah. All right, kind of. All right, it'll be good enough. Oh, hold on a minute. His Serene Highness would also like to get a photograph on his camera. Okay, all of the photographers are lined up. Wait a minute, key photographer, are we good? Is everybody in the right place? Right, I'm gonna count down from 3 and then we're gonna put our big smiley faces on. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We say, please come, let's gather, let's talk, let's find solutions. You heard the talking part. We are back. Welcome back. How was your week? Okay, we're still working on this conversational thing. We'll get there eventually. So now we have the first panel of the day. I did tell you that we're going to be focusing on 3 core themes. This first panel will be diving into the effective forest conservation by Indigenous peoples and local communities, rights-based and gender-just approaches. Moderating this conversation, we have our moderator is a Maasai from Kenya, with many years of experience in the field of gender equality and community development. Please welcome to the stage co-chair at the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity, Lucy Malenke.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to first take the opportunity to greet all the Indigenous elders, sisters, young, and old who are here. And of course, respect also the fact that we've been invited to this, the organizers, and the Highness who has left us here, but at least I know he will be listening to us, and I welcome you all, and would like to welcome my panel so that they can also come, since we'll be raising over time. And I would like to call Maria Alveso, please come in here from the UK. She works for Digital Democracy. Today we'll hear what she will tell us about that. And then Valentina Figueira from Global Forest Coalition, and she's also from Brazil, so it's also Venezuela, so it's also good to know the Latin America discussion, what is already there. And then we have Ninti from Indonesia, and the only gentleman on this panel, Lakpa Nuru Shepa, originally from Nepal, but he works in Thailand for the indigenous people organization there, Asia Indigenous People, PAC that is there. And he's also the co-chair of the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. And I do welcome you all here. And I think one of the major things, as we continue discussing and having a lot of discussion on different issues, and you know very well, as it was indicated yesterday, we saw the film, which was really a good opening process for us, especially this panel, because it talks about effective forest conservation. And it was really good to have it because we learned a lot. We were able to view many issues, and the same issues that we saw, we'll also see how we'll include them. We have the voices that we had from the different parts, and we're also going to talk about the inclusiveness, which we saw it out there. And we all know that whatever you do, whatever little thing you do, the logging or any, degradation that you do to any forest, it impacts to many more people. not only your country, not only your community, but it extends further. And this is something that we need to really look at it. We also need to discuss and see, how do we get included? How do we get comprehensively included and be put on the table as indigenous peoples and local communities who are here? And we also do not want to leave anyone behind. I think yesterday you saw even children were included, and they will grow up knowing that they have to conserve the forest. They have to plant the trees. I was very touched and impressed by the Sebastião Salgado, who really planted so many trees. That's the same thing we are doing in Africa to make sure that we restore the ecosystem that is already, degraded. Remember, forests, our livelihoods, they give us water. They are the lungs, they are our lungs. We breathe because we have forests that can give us fresh air. We get water, we get food, and we get medicine. So it's everything to us. And we really need to make sure that we protect it and conserve it and be able to continue making sure that everyone next to you must have something green next to them so that they can pick it up and be able to continue. And before we continue further, I think what I wanted to do is to ask this dynamic panelist, which is here, to everyone pick up the microphone. I start from here to just know, what do you do in your own organization? Why are you here? And why do you think that you have to protect these trees? As the first question, that will only take you about 3 minutes. I'm very strict on time, so it will be really a bit faster than we have. Okay, so can we start with Lakpa up there?
Thank you, Co-Chair Lucy, for that background. And also respectful greetings, Tashi Dele. My name is Lakpa Nuri Sherpa. I work for Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact. Asia has one of the highest number of indigenous peoples in the world. And that's why our region is very diverse in terms of the culture. Besides the cultural diversity that we have as one of the region that hosts the highest number of population, one thing that is very common among indigenous peoples in Asia is strong spiritual and cultural connection to land, territories, and resources. And I think this was very evident from our respectful brothers and sisters from different parts of the world whose stories were featured yesterday. So this is something that we share in our region as well. As AIPP, we have been working together with indigenous women, indigenous youth, indigenous persons with disability in 14 countries in Asia, when we have always been driven by the interests and priorities of our members. As we engage in the international and national level on climate change and biodiversity, what we have realized is there are a lot of decisions that has taken at the international level. And what we have already been celebrating is what came out from COP15 in terms of how strong the language is there on human rights and the land rights of indigenous peoples. But what is happening on the ground is very, very different. And I think that was re-echoed by our brothers and sisters yesterday, and this is the same case in Asia as well. And I think there is a very strong need for us to strengthen the movement of indigenous peoples. And from this year, what we have started is a regional learning hub for indigenous peoples in Asia. This is a common platform where indigenous peoples from 14 countries in Asia come together and reflect the same reflection that our brothers and sisters, I think they met somewhere in one of the communities, and really reflect their struggles and come out with lessons learned and strategy. So that has been started in our region. And one of the things that is very important for indigenous peoples is to reflect annually. Because if you see the process and the CBD and the climate, they will start reflecting at 4 years or 5 years, right? In terms of what is the Paris Agreement in terms of the climate change. And they will be doing this in COP28, which is already happening next month, right? But we want our indigenous people to reflect annually and be part of the national processes to make sure that the rights and aspiration that is decided at the international level is actually reflected in the national level. So I'll just stop there and would be happy to come back again. Thank you.
So we go to Asia again.
Okay. Hello, thank you, Bonsoir. Good morning, everyone. So it's very exciting to talk about our project. So this project is supported by FCI, and we are in partnership with the CVN, who's expert on the high conservation value, and also the Forest People Program, who's focusing on indigenous people. So if Lakpa's talking about the global scale, so I want to bring us to zoom out into the district scale. So we are Our project is piloted in Serian district, so it's located in central Borneo of Indonesia. It's an important center of biodiversity. It's home for the indigenous species like the famous orangutan, sun bear. It's also home for the indigenous Dayak tribe, who's exists for centuries, rich with culture, and also very dependent on forests. But, you know, agricultural development has been at the expense of biodiversity and gradually eroding the indigenous community and also its value, which we call it high conservation value. So even after the massive expansion, Serian still preserve 47% of its forests. So in response, the district has committed as one of the pilot districts for the RSPO jurisdictional approach, as oil palm is the major commodity and contribute to the highest district revenue. So basically, the jurisdictional approach aim to ensure all the commodities produced sustainably at the jurisdictional scale. So maybe using current HCV methodology, we can easily map the HCVs covering the biodiversity, species, ecosystem, habitat, you name it. But under this project, we want to emphasize how can we identify and map the indigenous needs and cultural value on the landscape level. So we're not talking about piece by piece, but we are taking it bigger and scale up to the landscape level. So, for this, we are linking the top-down approach that we are using the large-scale assessment and mapping and also the bottom-up efforts like village-level participatory mapping. So we want to make it more inclusive. So we believe this project will pioneer the combine of the bottom-up mapping and large-scale of HCVs to assist with the transition to the sustainable palm oil production, and it can be applied to other jurisdictions globally. Thank you. That's all for me. Merci.
Thank you, Valentina.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I work for the Global Forest Coalition. GFC is an international alliance of indigenous peoples organizations and local communities organizations. It's a feminist organization that promotes and leads actions and campaigns to defend the rights of indigenous people with a special focus on defending the differentiated impacts on indigenous, rural, and traditional women who are at the forefront of forest and biodiversity conservation. We develop actions at a local, regional, and global level. We are deeply connected with our members from all over the world, from different regions. And we work consistently to put and defend the traditional knowledge and practices of indigenous peoples and local communities as a specific and substantive tool to achieve conservation outcomes. And we do this through local work, connecting with communities, with their needs, showing their impacts, what is going on in the lands regarding extractive industries like gold mining, lodging, monoculture tree plantations, and the different violences that go around and that affects and are a threat for their rights, and especially with, as I said, with a special focus on women and protecting their rights and portraying the different interventions that are needed so that they can be heard also at the international level.
Thank you very much. Maria?
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, everybody. Hello. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I am Maria. I am from Mexico, and I'm part of Digital Democracy. And we are an NGO that works with co-creating, mapping, and monitoring tools with indigenous peoples and earth defenders in the Amazon, in the side of Peru, Brazil, and Ecuador, and also with other collaborations in territories in Kenya, Canada, and Suriname. And originally we were not an NGO that worked with software development, but through long processes and years of accompaniment with earth defenders, we identified that there was a gap with the monitoring and mapping tools. There were GPS, there were other accessible tools, but none were really thought for the context of the earth defenders that we were working with. So we started a journey 7 years ago of co-creating the tool that we work with, which is called Mapeo. It's been a long process of co-designing and identifying the needs of the air defenders mapping and monitoring to come up with this tool that now it's very intuitive, it's open source, it works with no internet, and it allows monitors to document with a cell phone, could be like very old cell phones, doesn't require much capacity, technical capacity, and it's translatable to many languages, so every context has reshaped Mapeo in the way that it serves their needs, and it allows people to document the impacts, the threats of the mining, the oil, the poaching, every threats that we have learned in these days that are shared in many territories, unfortunately, but also allowed or supports the mapping from communities' own understanding, relationship, knowledge of their territories. So one very illustrative case was recently shared by Nemonte, was the Waorani victory against the government selling all this land for the oil companies. One part of their claim was using maps that showed the land as empty and possible to sell. But among the big and strong and very powerful strategy of the Waorani, led by amazing women like Nemonte, was also creating their own maps and showing like, well, this land is not empty and this is our way of mapping this land, and it's full of this rainforest and all this life that it's within and knowledge that we need to protect. And it was part of like the strategy for that victory. So I will talk more about the participation of women, sorry, but that's mainly our work.
Thank you very much. You know, the digital world is very interesting. Even the ones who who haven't been to school and in the rural, remote areas, they are also keen to get this technology. So this is great work. Now, Lakpa, you've heard from yesterday, watching the film, and also from today in the morning, the presentation of the fact that indigenous people are not included. There is no that inclusiveness. And this is something that we've been looking at for a long time, looking at the Paris outcome, looking at the climate change, the different declarations that have come out, and also looking at the global biodiversity framework. What do you think, what approaches need to be taken to ensure that we can easily make sure that we can monitor and see that indigenous peoples and their local communities, wherever they are really being involved?
Thank you, Lucy, for that very important questions. First thing that, from my experiences working at local, national, international, and regional, I think first thing that needs to really change is the mindset, the way people look towards indigenous peoples. Are we victims? Are we project beneficiaries? Are we a receiver of some projects, funds, or are we rights holders? Do we have right to participate in decision-making matters? Do we have inherent rights to our land, territories, and resources? So I think first thing is really putting perspective in terms of how you see indigenous peoples. And for me, it's important for international communities, and most importantly at the national level, to see really indigenous peoples as rights holders. And that's where the process it starts in terms of influencing the decision-making, right? So, and like I said, as a regional network, we always stock take in terms of what's happening at the national level. So last year, we published a research on NDC, how it's rolling down, right, in terms of the implementation of rights. And indigenous peoples are invisible. Indigenous women are invisible. Youth are invisible in terms of rights holders' angle towards looking indigenous people. So I think that's the first thing that should change, and that will also frame how they will engage with indigenous peoples at the national level. That's first. And the second thing is really about having a dedicated space for indigenous peoples. And I think it came out very clearly from all our sisters and brothers that there is no dedicated space to engage with indigenous peoples. And I think that should be a second step by the policymakers and governments, and also donor communities, to really support if you really want indigenous peoples to effectively participate and contribute in the process. Because as our sister said, if indigenous peoples participation is not there, I don't think the Paris Agreement targets, which is already lagging behind, and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity will ever achieve the different goals and targets. And one of the lessons learned, even the government people are saying, why did the previous biodiversity targets fail, is really they failed to put the indigenous people's rights in the center of implementation. So I think that's the second. And the third thing that which came out, of course, in our international policy dialogue, and also which is really happening, which is positive, is like international community have this understanding that indigenous peoples needs to be directly supported. They have to receive the fund directly so that they can support with all the local actions that our brothers and sisters have said. And to happen that, donor communities and governments need to, again, fully understand how to work with indigenous peoples, right? So I think the third point is really to support, have a mechanism that indigenous peoples can access fund. Because I have been hearing a lot, there is fund, this fund, but is it accessible? Can indigenous peoples predict how much is going to them for, let's say, 5 and 10 years? So I think that kind of predictability is lacking. So I think the third point is really on financing. And one more point is really on the human rights aspect. I think some of our brothers have said, one of the problem of conservation is really top-down approach, right? Indigenous peoples even don't know this conservation project is coming. And the decision-making happens at the let's say, national level, and the solution that is proposed as a solution, it becomes a problem for indigenous peoples. So I think we need to really change that process where indigenous peoples become the driving seat of the conservation discussion. And we have been also talking with the conservation organization, like, why can't you actually train your staff, let's say, the park authorities on human rights, on the rights of indigenous people, so that they know what rights indigenous peoples have before they actually go and engage with indigenous peoples. So just to conclude, one more thing that is really important, and I think that came out very clearly from all our specialists doing different work in terms of the collective work that we need to do together. And I think that came out clearly that there is a need to have a whole of society approach. Everybody in the society has a role to play, so we need to work together. But then there are also laws and policies that are detrimental to the objective of Paris Agreement, that are detrimental to the objective of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So how do we change those laws and policies that are detrimental to the common objective that we all have been looking for, right? So besides formulating new laws and policies, updating NDC and NBSAP, I think we really need to see what are the underlying problems that is really driving the whole destruction of the ecosystem which our indigenous brothers and sisters have been stewarding. So I'll just stop there and thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's quite a good discussion, and you brought quite a number of issues and even covered the issue of finance, which was asked this early morning, and also, of course, because of the legal and laws that are there. Can we have one law? And we were quite clearly told that one of the biggest issues was that we didn't have a convention on forests, which probably could be something that could have added to the formulation of some of the regulations and some of the laws. And I think we have quite a number of instruments, but they are just scattered everywhere, and everybody's working on their own. Valentino, listening to what Lakpa has talked about and what you have also heard, how do we bridge the inequalities, gender inequalities especially? Because the question is sometimes who takes control? Who is the one who is in the forest taking that control? And what's the women's role? What's the other people's roles? I think there are some inequalities that probably would like you to guide us on that.
Yes, thank you, Lucy, and totally in line with what Lupa was saying. I think that to reduce those gender inequalities, it is fundamental to defend land rights. That is a main concern. There are territorial conflicts that are still going on while we are here discussing about this in Monaco. In our territories, we have different realities that are not being addressed properly in the international forest. There are indigenous peoples dying, women suffering extreme violences due to land conflicts that have been, you know, part of their culture for decades, for millennia. And we need to advocate and defend the rights, land rights, and work with substantive tools and measures in international and local policy-making spaces to defend and protect those rights. That is fundamental. That is a concrete action that we need to continue working on so that the forest defenders that we have all the opportunity to learn from today can actually have and reduce that material and legal gap that we have there. The second thing that I consider that is also fundamental to reduce those gaps are having gender disaggregated data. That is fundamental. We have been advocating together with other allies for this. Nearly 200 countries signed the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in December 2002. And through that framework, we have 2 targets that are fundamental to ensure gender equality, Target 22 and Target 23. And of course, the Gender Plan of Action, that are those tools and targets are fundamental to ensure women's rights, to ensure substantive participation of women in the different phases of design, plan of national strategies. But we need to ensure that headline indicators actually can track the gender gaps. What are headline indicators? Well, those are basically the indicators that are substantive, that can collect substantive data to track not only what is going on in the territories, but also the impacts that indigenous, local, and rural women face in those territories. So that is a fundamental action. We need to advocate for that at different levels, with parties, with member states, at a local level also, so that we can collect and actually increase and see that gender gap. The other thing that I also consider is fundamental is having substantive participation of women, of local indigenous women, in decision-making processes. And this goes in line with what Nemo just shared here. We heard her speech claiming for substantive participation. Yes, it is important to have women in different spaces, but the number of women is not enough. It's not only about numbers, it's about effective participation in decision-making processes. It's women, indigenous, rural, and community women taking decisions at a high level and expressing their impacts, their beliefs, their subjectivity, and what is going on the ground so that we can plan, design, and actually achieve substantive biodiversity and conservation outcomes. That is fundamental. And the other thing that I also consider important is to have continuous capacity building, because sometimes we as women, feminists, and human rights and gender just defenders sometimes advocate and circulate in the same feminist or gender circles, and we need more men and more people that actually work in the biodiversity and NGOs and civil society sector with more awareness on what does it mean to face women, gender inequalities in the ground, and to understand what is going on, have that continuous learning and sharing from those processes of inequality, because it's not only about women. Women are often the responsible for the continuation of life. It's not only about women, it's about all. It's about, children, elder, Afro-descendant communities and local peoples who go all together in this sort of intersectional perspective to achieve gender equality. So I will leave it there. Thanks, Lucy.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing up all those very, very crucial issues that leave no one behind. We must all work together. Now, Ninti, you also work in the area, and I know your organization is doing a lot of work with, of course, many women being the key people. But how can we scale up? How can we look at some of the success stories? I'm sure you have them quite a lot with many people working quite different activities. But how do we scale up so that we can have those good practices and even be able to show them? And when we look at the issue of the 30 by 30 that is brought up in the global framework and also other areas, we will be having practices that we can say, these are the way we can move forward. As Valentina said, we must make sure we involve everyone. And Lakpa said, the indigenous people have to be on the top. So how do we scale up?
Yeah, thank you, Lucy. So couldn't agree more with two of them. So I think it is the most important thing is how we include the indigenous people and local communities into one of the decision makers, and involve them at every stage of the process. Let's say we want to achieve the 30% target, right? But we have the indigenous people and local communities are the main and key actor of implementation on the ground. So we can just talk here and we can just, I want to achieve this, I want to achieve that, but without the IPLCs, nothing can work. So I think it's very important to put them into one of the decision maker and involve them at every stage of the process, let's say in determining, let's say the manuals, the practical tools. So the determining of the high conservation areas and protection areas, special planning, you name it. But the one that we have to highlight is to include them at every stage. So I think also why we are using our current methodologies where we are combining the top-down and bottom-up approach to make it more inclusive. And we are hoping not only, like the academic can use it, but also it's very useful and easy to use for also the indigenous and local communities. So I think if it works with them, so it can be scaled up globally to other jurisdiction, and everywhere in the world, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's really good to know that we are all saying that we have to be visible, there has to be scaled up,
yes,
and so on. Now, here you are, Maria, with the digital world that you have. Tell me, how do we shift from this Western kind of, I don't know what to call it, system or framework, and move towards a direction where we can do our scaling up and really focus on the ground level, focus to work with our indigenous peoples and local communities and other stakeholders within ourselves. So maybe you can highlight on us on how that digital issue will work.
Thank you, Lucy. Big question. I think to start with, and stepping back a little, we must change from the idea of how to include the indigenous people as non-indigenous people collaborating with indigenous people to how to support their needs that they acknowledge and they understand and they are naming very clearly. So to move to how to include, to how to support. And that, to understand that, I think takes, as my colleagues here have said, a lot of conversations, a lot of listening, a lot of close accompaniment. And with tech, of course, as we may have thought, technology, both technology and maps are not neutral. They have used historically to colonize, to dispossess, to extract, but they can be used differently. And of course, digital technologies also, if we look at the CEOs of the big tech companies, we will see that it's like a male-dominated scenario. But again, things can be done differently, and that's what we have been putting a lot of time and effort and care in relationships to, in thinking about it as a process of co-creation and as a process that involves everybody in the community. And in that way, maps and technology can be used as a tool for the existing process of protecting the land, protecting the forest, with those who are on the front lines, who are the indigenous peoples, with their ancestral knowledge and their long fights and long process of autonomy of doing it how they know how to do it. And Mapeo, I think Mapeo works in different territories, but it works because it has involved women in the process of developing. And also in thinking about maps, not only the technology, but the mapping process, women with their diverse roles depending on the territory, on the cultural context, they hold critical knowledge about the land, that if we miss those perspectives, those knowledge, that mapping and that land defense process would not be complete. And I can say that the most efficient processes that we are accompanying are those involving women, many of them led by women, and it is, I think, through this process of co-designing and thinking technology from a process, from a local perspective, and really, really hearing and acknowledging the needs that we can collaborate. So on our side, we are learning from those needs, understanding and supporting with the programming side of thinking about a tool that works efficiently and that can be customizable in this local process so that we can continue supporting the existing caring for the forest and air defense that is happening, again, in very different territories, but with very similar threats across the world.
Yes, thank you very much, Maria. I know that's a very important issue that we brought up. I'm from the old books, but I don't know about the Mapeo one, but I know we've worked with communities and the young people there have done mapping. And one of the most interesting things, as you said, is that the women, older women in the village, they are able to identify the resources, and they even indicate where the medicinal plants are and what are the special, other species that are there, their resources, even the wildlife and so on. So I think it's very, very important. Now, this session, I'm going to have people ask questions. I'll take about 4 questions, and then we'll go back to the panel, because I want the panel also to participate in answering some of the questions, and also to be able to have a conclusion at the end of the day with a focus that it has been a participatory process. So if the lady with the microphone, or is it a gentleman, stand by, and I hope we can have a few questions that can come up. Anyone? Yes, I have a gentleman there.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. It's great. My name's Jim Thomas. I work in Papua New Guinea, and I'm just wondering about the app that you're using, Mapeo. 2 questions. Is it just one app? And the database or the portal where all the data goes to, who controls that? Thank you.
Thank you. Second question from somewhere? Yes, we have a lady here, and I think she's going to use Spanish or...
Buenos días, Guiomar Rodríguez de Venezuela.
Bonjour, je viens du Venezuela. Hello, I come from Venezuela. This is a question on mapping. I'm a geographer. Geography is a weapon for war very often, but we should never forget that maps should also be a tool for peace as well, and for lobbying in favor of our Mother Earth. However, these tools are often out of reach of IPCNs and those that design them. So my question is the following: how can you make sure that these tools can be used by those that have collected these important data? Because we could think that this mapping of medicinal plants should be used by the territory for decision-making processes and purposes. We're talking about maps
One last question.
that do not belong to, that belong, first of all, to the territories.
I go back to the panel, and maybe you have quite a number of questions, so I'll give you last. Lakpa, what do you think has to change in order to be able to, and I'm sure like that same question of mapping is also something that all of you do in your own organization, so you can add value to it also.
Yeah, okay. Like what we have heard so far, there's a lot of challenges, right? The community has to face, organization has to face, and even to implement what is already agreed, there's a lot of challenges. But as a indigenous peoples organization or the organization that you represent, there is also your responsibility in terms of what we can do together to address the challenges that's there, right? So one of the approaches that we do in our region is a massive awareness raising and capacity building. Because for us to effectively contribute, we need to know what our rights are. What are the existing laws and policies that are detrimental, but what are the existing laws and policies that supports indigenous people's rights, right? So our approach has been really to simplify what is in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So we have been doing a massive capacity building training for indigenous peoples, and we have tried to simplify by producing training manuals, posters, animation videos, comic books in different languages so that it becomes accessible to communities. And one of the approaches we do is we produce trainers. And I think it is very important for indigenous communities to have trainers at different levels so that one person cannot engage in all the processes. We need to have many communities in different parts of the world to engage and contribute. And this will be the approach that we'll also take to raise awareness on Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that came last year. So how do we communicate? I think that's the responsibility, all of us, if we are really serious about supporting indigenous peoples and local communities. So that's one. And I think just to focus on what our elders from Papua New Guinea said in terms of bringing indigenous youth back. We do a lot of photo stories in our region to show the leadership that indigenous women are taking and also that indigenous youth are taking initiatives. And I think this is very, very crucial that we need to think in advance. Climate change is driving migrations. Loss and damage is happening. Even indigenous peoples don't want, they're forced to leave their homes, right? And of course, a lot of development, aggressions, activities that our brothers and sisters have shown, that is also forcing indigenous peoples out of their territories. And that eventually will weaken the strong linkage that they have towards their land, territories, and resources. So I think it's not just me as an organization at the regional level. We have to collectively think, if we are really serious about supporting indigenous peoples, how can we collectively think and try to strengthen that weakening linkages of young people towards the land, territories, and resources. So I think it's really a matter about collective thinking and come out with a one goal in terms of supporting the vision of indigenous peoples. So I'll just stop there, and yeah, happy to hear.
Inti, you have some, you want to input? What can we do? What changes can we imply on that? And I don't know if you work with your governments or something, because somebody has to mention about government.
Okay. Okay, not right now. So, yeah, maybe the approach is a little bit different with us. So, for us, we are conducting the very participatory. So we are conducting on the ground very participatory, like there must be someone from the representative of the community, let's say women or yacht, something like that. So what is important is how the local communities and indigenous people are aware of their land. So sometimes they're not aware and they just cannot zone for the protection, for the cultivation. I think this is very important because that's the first step for you to protect and to manage and to monitor. So this is, after the capacity building, it is important for them, for the local communities to know exactly their land, to zoning it, to where to cultivate and where they be able to protect. So that has to change from the root, from the ground, before you can take it to the top. That's all for me.
Thank you. Valentina.
Yes, I was thinking a lot about your question, Lucy. It's a really important question that we have to ask ourselves. And, you know, I was born and raised in one of Venezuela's Amazonian states, and I'm based in Brazil now. And I feel very intersected by the colonial legacy that we have had in our different territories. So I think that what needs to change is the influence of corporations in UN talks. That is fundamental. Last year, in the last COP, over 600 fossil fuel lobbyists participated in the COP to, you know, influence agendas, resolutions, and many decisions that affect directly the lives of forest defenders defenders with an special differentiated impact on women. So I would say that we need to continue advocating for taking big polluters out of decision-making processes and putting more traditional knowledge with those who are the owners of the knowledge into policy-making decisions.
Thank you very much. I think it's really good to bring and good that you brought about traditional knowledge, because that's very, very crucial and very important. And that's why the indigenous people here are the ones who are really, when you talk about forest, they know each and everywhere and they know the traditional history of the place. So that's why it's also very important to make sure that we include them. Maria, all the technical questions have been asked. I think it would be good for you to tell us, because one of the key problems that has always been is the issue of data and how to be able to have data in the private domain rather than in the public domain. But at the same time, you cannot, when it's already there, it's very difficult to kind of protect it. How do we do it? Because I think this is a concern for many.
Thank you, Lucy, and thank you for the questions. Yes, that is a very critical concern, and Mapeo works offline because two main reasons. One is because most of the contexts of the air defenders that we work with, there is very small or limited internet connection, but the other one is that internet connection means the information going to a server elsewhere, possibly in the United States, or most of the time. So it works locally, and it works with a technology that it's called peer-to-peer, meaning that the information stays locally, stays with the users. So if our 5 participants of this panel would go on the land to monitor oil spills, but also, I don't know, jaguar tracks or huellas paths, whatever the community decides to monitor, then when we get back together, all our information in our phone synchronizes, and that can be later displayed on a map. And that map, again, it's locally, in the local equipment. It's not in the internet, and then it's through the community security protocols, through their decision-making, that they decide what to do with the map. In some cases, and also responding to the other question, they give back to the communities, they share it back to confirm that they agree with what it is displayed, what it's represented. In some other cases, it's used for advocacy, like the Waorani case I referred to. It showed like a proof of this is our perception of the territory, and this is why this land should not be dispossessed, among many reasons, of course. But it is used in different ways. And responding to the other question about if it's one app, it's one that it's downloadable, it's free, it's open source, but it's like a generic one with main categories that may work for many contexts, like mining, like poaching, but also like sacred places, like important things of the territory and threats, but it is customizable, so it can be translated. And we also support different process in adding categories to document that respond to their territory. For example, in Secwepemc territory in British Columbia, they are tracking or documenting the tracks of the elk, which is a category that didn't exist in the Amazon, of course. So maybe in one place it is about elk, and in another it's about jaguar, or maybe in one it's about poaching or mining or oil spills. So it is customizable through our support, but also there is a lot of documentation for people to do it. One of the core values is making it accessible, intuitive, and of course to focus on the data sovereignty. So all the information stays within the community unless they decide to share it. Yeah. And yeah, I hope that also responds a part of your question. And thinking about the maps, the background maps that we use are open source maps, which means that maybe they were designed somewhere else. But we have also supported process where the community decides to have a locally designed map that then the app goes through. And there, of course, maps is a lot of representation. another example from our Guarani partners have been saying, like, rivers are not blue. Like, they're always blue in the maps, but here they are brown, they are muddy. These are not our rivers. So it also takes a lot of conversation and capacity on our end also to imagine how to support maps to actually represent how the land can be represented on a screen, which is already far from maybe traditional ways of mapping, but maybe useful for advocacy, for land defense, for monitoring, and for actually seeing what's happening, the changes that constantly happen when a mining company comes in. And like Lucy was saying, it is in many places the women who go fetch the water in the river, and it is the women who know how the river changes, and those changes that may not be visible for the government or for someone else, but it is visible for those who live off the land, take care of the land, and sustain the life within the rainforest. So maps have become very important, and we hope to continue supporting and improving Mapeo, because now the users also say, we also want to record video, we also want to record audio, we want to encrypt security. So we've been trying to balance the accessibility of the tool with the new requirements that unfortunately arise with the intensity of the threats in the territories.
Thank you. I think that's really very good information. Considering yesterday when we watched the documentary, we saw where the trees were marked, and I think the leader here was saying those trees were marked to be cut down. But can we mark those, can we keep that data now to make sure we really look at the number of trees we have so that if one is destroyed, we can quickly know. And that's why the mapping process is very good, because then all the community are aware that we have this number of trees, and even if we replace them, and they can take stock and also monitor and be able to put the evaluation in their own documentation in different ways that they do it at the community level. Now, I have one final question, and I really wanted to hear more about. We have had some recommendations that you've brought up about capacity building and about awareness. And I was just wondering about partnership, especially the fact that also the issue of donors came up here. How can community be helped? I want to really understand, and the audience here, how partnership can help in terms of looking at the different aspects, because already indigenous people have been like their own partners. They've shared what you've talked about, digital and everything. We share from each other. We have exchanged visits and we learn from each other. Now we are here at the international level being brought by the foundation, and how do we continue with this partnership, and what are the recommendations that we have so that every one of you can add to what you forgot to add about the partnership and about the funding and so on. Let's start. Can we start with maybe Maria from here? Or do we go in the middle? Maybe Valentina.
Partnerships are fundamental to continue our work, and these spaces actually pave the way for improving connections that can substantially have actions at a local and global level. So I would say that it is fundamental to take spaces, like global spaces, that are very targeted by media and all that, to build a common knowledge, a common, let's say, call to action, to jointly start defending the knowledge, the holders of knowledge who have been responsible for the protection of forest and biodiversity conservation. So, and regarding finance, well, that's quite a big challenging question. I always advocate for actually privileging the inputs from the communities and avoiding perverse incentives so that we don't have corporative-led lobbies behind some, good intention approaches that actually are not going to defend the interests of traditional indigenous peoples and local communities. We need, financing that actually is built together and tracked through, substantive financial mechanisms so that we don't fall into any greenwashing practices that we have been, facing all over these years. So thank you, Lucy, for your question.
Thank you. Maria, you have something to say?
Yeah, very shortly. We work with, we have different kind of layers of engagement with the people that use Mapeo, and one core that I would say, and I've mentioned today, is the key partners that we've worked with for a long time. So we believe in this long, slow process of relationships that can also be thinking about the funding together, thinking about, in May we did a meeting with our key partners to think of a 5-year vision that we couldn't have done it ourselves as Digital Democracy, but we met in Tena in the Ecuadorian Amazon to think together for 4 days, like what's next, where should we go to? And like Valentina was saying, in our side, it is a constant questions about who we get funding from, because we, as an organization that does software development, we also open to another environment of funding that is the tech world, and that many times can have negative impacts in who we engage with. If we are an organization that is working with people that are defending their land from mining or from other kinds of technology that can damage the relation with the land. So it's a big question again.
Thank you. Ninti, do you have something you want to add on that in 2 minutes?
Yeah, thank you, Lucy. In 2 minutes, okay. That's quite a bit. So in terms of partnership, let's just say funding is essential, of course, right? But for us, partnership is not only about funding, but also about exchange of information, about the collaborative action. Like currently we are done with the bad guy. I mean, like we are blaming the government or blaming the private sector, but now we are here sitting together with all the indigenous people, with the government, with the NGOs, with all the stakeholders. So we have one voice. We want to save the world. We want to conserve the forest. We want to defend the land right. But I mean, like in where we are working, the massive expansion of palm oil, like undeniable. But what you can do is how to make it sustainable. So you can, maybe you want to bring back the forest, yes, of course, but we can say that it's contribute to the highest revenue of the district and the livelihood. But how make it balance? So we are sitting together with the government, with the private, with the IPLCs and all the stakeholders to sit together and thinking about how can we make it more sustainable and how can we together taking the collaborative action. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Sustainability is very important since all the issues that we are discussing are linked. Now, our last gentleman.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. It just reminded me when you asked about partnership, indigenous peoples, let's say, how was the situation of indigenous peoples 3 decades before? There were very less discussion on indigenous peoples, less specific agenda on UN meetings, for example. And I'm proud to say that it's because of the partnership between indigenous peoples of 7 regions of the world, supported by, friendly governments, donor communities that really want to advance the agenda of indigenous peoples. And the situation that we are now at is a result of partnership. So for me, partnership is not optional. It is essential to advance the rights of indigenous peoples. And the documentary, the fantastic documentary that we saw, it's also a partnership between communities and, filmmakers, producers. So I think partnership has really become central in terms of how can we advance the implementation of global agenda at the local and national level. But I would like to flag a couple of points in terms of how partnerships should look like. partnerships should be on equal terms. It's not like, okay, I have money, you do it, you're a receiver, you do it the way I want to do it. It should be the other way around. Can that support or partnership be useful for the needs and priorities of indigenous peoples? Can the partnership be developed in a way that indigenous peoples want, the way that it will work for indigenous peoples? And I think it's time to change that approach in terms of how partnerships should look like. So, and I think it's good that these discussions are happening in different spaces, that how can we really transform this conventional approach to partnership and really center indigenous peoples in decision-making. And that's why there's a lot of discussion on direct access to financing. How does it look like? Can there be a fund by indigenous peoples and for indigenous peoples? And I think that's the kind of partnership indigenous peoples are talking about. So yeah, partnership is important, but then we need to make sure that indigenous peoples are in the decision-making role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've also brought up a very important thing, that development paradigms need to change. They have to change their narratives. They have to look at different ways of how to really get everyone involved. And I don't want to say much, but I think we've had such a good conversation here, and I could see that everyone is attentive and listening, and I hope you've gone up with something, because we always say, if a day passes without you learning something new, then please try to check out yourself and see what happened that day that you didn't learn anything. I have learned a lot myself, and I really want to thank everyone and thank these dynamic, panelists here, with that gentleman who never felt like he was alone. Can we have a big clap for them? Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. And I think we kept our time. We kept the British time, didn't we? Yeah. That was great.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I think I'd say so much as that was more like German time than British time. Closer to Swiss time at the moment, because I hear the Deutsche Bahn doesn't always run on time anymore, so maybe it's more like Swiss time you were on. Thank you very much for that. We're going to move into another fireside conversation before we jump into lunch. Really quickly, just by way of reminder, you've got your headsets. There will be questions. Keep waiting. That panel that we just had will be part of the workshops tomorrow. So hopefully you've been taking some brilliant notes, ready to be able to contribute to a deeper discussion. For our next conversation, I would like to welcome to the stage the co-chair of the Science Panel for the Amazon, author of several IPCC reports, including the 2007 report that was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Please welcome to the stage Brazilian Earth System climate scientist and meteorologist, Professor Carlos Nobret. Hello, welcome. To get started, I'm going to kind of take us back, way back in time, with a little bit of a history lesson. Can you, long before scientists started gathering information on forests and indigenous peoples and local communities were doing this already, can you expand and maybe give us a little history on what was happening before scientists started this exploration?
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much. This is really wonderful place, wonderful meeting. I think, the first time I'm in a meeting with many indigenous people from all over the planet. Congratulations to the initiative. Let me say, yes, we have to, I'll talk more about the Amazon. Unfortunately, I'm not very knowledgeable about the indigenous people in all other communities. But in the Amazon, the indigenous people, humans, arrived in the Amazon 12,000 years ago. And they really developed fantastic indigenous science over thousands of years. For instance, they've used more than 2,000 species of the Amazon biodiversity. And always, we've seen here in all the statements, in the movies last night, how important culturally, philosophically, religiously, but also for their well-being, maintaining the forest standing. This is really, when we think, this is so important. So they kept the forest standing for thousands and thousands of years, up to the present. They want to keep the forest standing with all the biodiversity. And there are some quite interesting scientific aspects out of that. For instance, when Europeans came to America, to South America in 1500, there were about 8 to 10 million indigenous people living in the Amazon. About 1,200 ethnic groups, more than 1,000 different languages, and they lived very well with the forest. Then we, when I say we, because I'm descendant of Europeans, we brought what? We brought bacteria, viruses they were not used to, measles, mumps, malaria, etc., etc., and we almost got the extinctions of all the indigenous people. Today, fortunately, they are starting to grow back. There are about 400 different ethnic groups, but they were really almost extinct. Many ethnic groups were extinct due to all these virus bacteria that we brought to the Amazon. And also, we never really wanted to learn the indigenous knowledge. We brought the European culture to South America, to all the planet. So I would say we really have to value a lot the indigenous knowledge. For instance, they develop sustainable agriculture. In the Amazon also, they develop the soils in the Amazon over tens of millions of years of very severe, heavy rain. The soil is very poor. But the indigenous knowledge learn how to develop a fertile soil, the so-called dark earth. So really, I have to say, we owe a lot to the indigenous people because they kept all the forests, and also they have tremendous knowledge. And that's really something that we did not value for hundreds of years. Most of us, because the many local communities, when they came to the Amazon, Afro-descendants, when they were, getting out of slavery, many slaves, they moved to the Amazon, created Afro-descendant communities, and also many other communities, riverine communities. They learned, these communities, they are there for hundreds of years. They learn a lot for the indigenous knowledge. Unfortunately, most of us did not. And then start in 1970s, start in Brazil, but also in most Amazonian countries, we brought our quote-unquote development model.
Yeah.
And we got rid of the forest.
When we spoke, you said something really interesting. You referred to indigenous peoples, in particular indigenous women, as the indigenous scientists. Can you maybe expound on that a little bit more?
Yes. When you look at the culture, traditional culture of indigenous people in the Amazon, males usually are hunters, fishermen, gatherers, and the women stay in the village, the indigenous village, taking care of children, babies, but also developing agriculture for thousands of years. And the indigenous women develop sophisticated agriculture. Just to give you a few data, they develop 1,300 of species of cocoa, 1,300. More than 700 species of manioc. a recent study showed that more than 5,000 years ago, they developed domesticated species that we in Brazil know very well, which is a very close relative to cocoa. Cocoa is scientifically it's called Theobroma cacao, and then this relative to cocoa is Theobroma grandiflorum, in Portuguese, in indigenous language, cupuaçu. And they domesticated that. They domesticated more than 50 trees, like internationally we may know acai berry, palm trees, cocoa, Brazil nuts. And so this is all knowledge, and also more than 1,300 pharmaceuticals, medicinal plants. They develop all those pharmaceuticals. So this is over thousands of years. And so this is really, I would say, the indigenous people culturally, they saw the potential of women to develop science. Our societies now are improving, but still males are majority in our science. So we should learn a lot with the indigenous people. We should value women to do science.
I'm going to give that a round of applause just for me. I'd like to make sure that we also have time for questions. So I'm going to ask you one more question before we jump to questions from the audience. We just heard in a panel earlier about the roles and how to include more Indigenous peoples and local communities. What do you think the role of Indigenous peoples and local communities should be in the science of conservation?
Yeah, this is a big challenge. This is a really big challenge, and I will tell you a little bit what we are trying to advance on. First, we recognize clearly the Amazon forest, particularly all the southern Amazon forest from the Atlantic Ocean to the Bolivian Amazon. This is 2.3 million square kilometers. Is very, very close to a tipping point. By tipping point, we mean a point of no return in which the forest would gradually become a degraded open canopy ecosystem, losing tremendous biodiversity and, losing a tremendous amount of carbon. If that happens, this degradation will lead to emissions of a huge amount of greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide, more than 250 billion tons of carbon. Also, this challenge for biodiversity raises the risks of epidemics and pandemics. So we need to find solutions. So now we are looking for nature-based solutions. And of course, the first one is zero deforestation, degradation, and wildfires. And we are learning a lot how the indigenous people protect their forests, the science they develop to protect their forests. So we have to give scale. About 25% of the Amazon forest are indigenous territories, well protected, with a very low level of deforestation, 1%. And we've seen in Benki's movie yesterday how they combat the crime as well. And also, we need to start a very large-scale forest restoration. Brazil will launch during COP28 the so-called Arc Restoration Project, large-scale restoration, forest restoration all over southern Amazon. So that's very important. But also, we need to learning from the indigenous people. They do not call economy, we create economies, but let's call social bioeconomy is an economy also that brings value to the indigenous knowledge, the social bioeconomy of healthy standing forests and flowing rivers. This is really the future economy for the Amazon. And this is, if you go back, that's the economy the indigenous people developed for thousands of years. So that's our challenge, and really to address that challenge, we are now a number of people, including we have partners, indigenous people as partners, to develop a very challenging initiative, which is called Amazonia Institute of Technology, AMIT, Amazon Institute of Technology. We are putting together a plan now to have such Institute of Technology, pan-Amazonian. It is not only in Brazil, in all Amazonian countries. And exactly now, we are starting a study. We invited 6 indigenous scientists, 4 women that run local communities, agro-forestry systems. So basically, it's a big challenge, how to merge indigenous people and local communities' knowledge with our science. So that's the idea of this Amazon Institute of Technology. So, and then we hope we'll be able to really to have that, perhaps before COP30 in 2025 in the Brazilian Amazon in Belém. We would like very much to be able to have announced the creation of this Institute of Technology, and we want to bring the indigenous knowledge, local communities' knowledge, as a very important element of this Institute of Technology. So combining this knowledge with our science, creating innovative technologies for the Amazon, for this new social bioeconomy. And this new social bioeconomy has a much bigger potential, even economically speaking, socially speaking, improving the livelihoods of millions of people, and particularly all the indigenous people and local communities. And we are sure the indigenous people and local communities will also be partners in developing this Institute of Technology, which will put a lot of effort. And also, we want to bring indigenous knowledge, and also we want to have the Institute as a potential place also for the indigenous people to be there. So that's the big challenge, but we hope we will succeed in creating this Institute of Technology. It will be really one place in the Amazon valuing a lot the indigenous knowledge.
I love that. I love that as a collaborative opportunity. So we have time for 1, maybe 2 questions in the room. Okay, this hand over here went up first, and then I've seen you here as well, sir. So we'll hope to get both of those questions in. If you could get straight to the questions so we can get 2 of them answered before lunch.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Brian Rohan from Client Earth. And to get right to it, maybe a bit of a technical question, but my question is about carbon markets. And from my own conversations with indigenous leaders in Brazil, they've told me the almost comical story of the carbon cowboys going into communities, and different communities have signed multiple carbon deals without really worrying what the content is, just seeing who might come back with money and then what it might mean. And this seems like a very dysfunctional approach, not exactly the kind of conversation about indigenous knowledge meets Western market approaches leads to good result. So it's something that we're very concerned about in our thinking going forward. And I'm just wondering if you have an insight on maybe some best practices that are emerging in carbon markets in the Amazon, or maybe best approaches that could be used to ensure that good results are forthcoming. Thanks.
Yes, that's a very important question. My colleague, Tasso Azevedo, this afternoon, will also talk a lot about that, and a proposal that Brazilian government will launch not far, actually, before COP28, really to start valuing. And it's not only carbon, it's the ecosystem services. As you know, indigenous people, the indigenous territories is more than 25% of the Amazon forest. It's so important to maintain the climate stability, Also, there are many ecosystems, other ecosystem services. The Amazon forest recycles water so efficiently. A recent study show that this recycling of water transports so much water vapor to south of the Amazon, to the tropical savanna, Cerrado. And it's very important for agriculture in these areas. And they calculated this ecosystem service benefits to agriculture south of the Amazon, $1 billion per year. This is very important elements, ecosystem services. COP15 last December created the Biodiversity Fund. The Amazon has the largest biodiversity on the planet. How this fund will benefit indigenous people and local communities, we don't know.
Yeah.
But this is really a big challenge, and particularly in the carbon market. Recently, I learned a company in Brazil doing forest restoration of deforested areas. They sold the carbon credit $70. 70. Normally in the Brazilian, in the Amazon, it's $20 per credit. Now this company, however, I mean, are the indigenous people being benefited by the carbon market? I don't think so. So this is a big challenge. We have to find ways for the global carbon market to benefit tremendously the indigenous people. Not carbon, but I said all the ecosystem service, the forest recycle water efficiently, maintains biodiversity, reduces the risk of epidemics, pandemics, maintains, the forest maintains the maximum temperature 5 degrees cooler than when you remove the forest.
Yeah.
So all those ecosystem services, the indigenous people should benefit. We have to find ways. We have to get approval, agreement by all countries in the world to benefit all the indigenous people in the world, and in particular in the Amazon. They are the most important people to save the forest.
And we will be talking about funding as well later on, so we might be able to pick that question up in a bit more detail. Super quickly, we've got a question in the corner over here. Thank you so much. Okay. It's going to be in French, so if you need your...
Can you translate to me?
I would do terrible translation if it was left to me. It would be bonjour, bonjour, oui, oui.
I can try in English a bit,
Merci.
but I'm not so fluent in English.
Okay, I will translate as quickly as I can.
Bonjour, je suis...
So, hello, my name is Yann Guignon. I'm founder and director of international NGO called Blessings of the Forest. We dedicate ourselves to the conservation and valorization of the cultural and natural heritage of Gabon. Gabon is the first country in the world that ratified the Nagoya Protocol. I heard you talk about the fair sharing of the wealth that comes from the biological heritage and the knowledge of indigenous people. I would like to know what you do in Brazil within the Nagoya Protocol. Have you led any action to implement the Nagoya Protocol and to enable the indigenous populations to benefit from the knowledge related to the cultural knowledge? Thank you very much.
Carlos, did you get that? Okay. We have about 2 minutes to answer this.
Very interesting. Nagoya Protocol, 2012. Brazil at that time was doing very well. It was the year with the least deforestation since 1970s in the Amazon, Brazilian Amazon. And we are very excited. And then there is a legal framework that says the use of any information coming from indigenous people, local communities in the Amazon, if you use that to make a product, to industrialize a product. However, you have to give back some, but that was very little, 1% of profits, 0.3 to 1%. So there are a few data that we can see in the Brazilian Amazon. So that's really very, very little. And that was 2013 onwards. As we know, in the last 4 years, Brazilian government went in the opposite direction, to destroy the Amazon, to destroy the indigenous people. So we really, this is one more thing, the ecosystem service. Yes, I mean, the potential, for instance, there are companies, mostly in China, US, and Europe, which patent thousands of products from the indigenous knowledge. Are the indigenous people being benefit from that? No, at this point. So including the Nagoya Protocol, because the tremendous potential, as I said, the indigenous people in the Amazon use more than 2,000 products of biodiversity, 1,300 medicinal plants. And now our societies, particularly developed worlds, go get that knowledge, bring not industrialization in the Amazon benefiting the Amazonian communities, bring to developed countries, and then industrialize and make a lot of money. But what about benefiting the indigenous people? So I fully agree, Nagoya Protocol was very good, but making the Nagoya Protocol benefiting all the indigenous communities in the planet, at least in the Amazon, that did not happen.
Thank you so much for the questions, and thank you so much, Carlos. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Did you have a good lunch? Yes? Are you just about back in the room, almost? Physically here, mentally making your way, returning back. Okay, that's good enough. We're just going to run with that for now. Welcome back. We're into the second part of this afternoon's proceedings, and we'll be taking a little bit of a dive. Earlier on, we had a question about government and legislation and what that should look like, and don't worry, we thought about that in relation to this event, and it's been baked in. So our next guest is the former Environmental Minister of Benin, the first woman forester in West Africa, and she's initiated innovative projects including participatory management of protected areas. She is the director of the UN Forum of Forest Secretary and the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Please welcome to the stage Juliette Bio-Koudenopel. Hello, Juliette. Join me. Take a seat here. I mean, we've already had a brief introduction to you earlier, as we had a couple of questions, didn't we, regarding the law. I'm going to take a few steps back, because I think it's often quite helpful to start back a little bit rather than to dive straight into things. Very briefly, what do you think the role of law should be in forest protection, conservation, and restoration?
Thank you very much, Madam MC, for the question. It's really a great honor and privilege to be here before this August Assembly to discuss such an important topic. And I want to thank Madam Chair of the IUCN Commission on Environmental Law for really inviting me. This gathering could not have been timely, as the United Nations Forum on Forests is gearing toward its 19th session next year from 6 to 10 of May, where the midterm review of the International Arrangement on Forests will be discussed, and the engagement of major groups and other relevant stakeholders, including the indigenous knowledge, is one of the major topics at this midterm review. So I'm really glad to be here today. Back to your question, Madam MC. I will respond that effective law is really important to put forest policy in practice. For example, laws and policies really establish clear and coherent rules of who holds the right and the right to, and who benefit from the forest resources and tree resources and the revenues they generate. So everybody wins from inclusive legal frameworks that really mandate policies that are in line with protection, conservation, and restoration goals. The most important is really to ensure that those policies and laws have been established through a give and take relationship among the relevant stakeholders. And government also must make sure that they conceive those laws and policies in a very comprehensive manner.
So we need to think about who the laws are for, who it protects, and also who benefits from them. And you touched on that. We've been talking a lot about inclusive approaches to legal frameworks. How inclusive would you say they are right now? How are our current frameworks performing?
Yeah. Allow me first to share this observation that we made through an IUCN publication that I had really the privilege to coordinate in 2003, which is entitled Enhancing the Social Sustainability in Desertification Control Activity. What was the observation? The desertification control activities undertaken almost 4 decades ago, and with humility I can say I was part of it, having pioneered this initiative. They have all had but qualified success. Land degradation, instead of being reversed, is even worsening. And yet we have planted billions of trees, applying the knowledge gained from prestigious schools with very effective research activities. And the wherewithal in terms of financial resources is not a valid reason. There were money at that time. What we failed to do is to involve the relevant stakeholders. We have chosen plant species for them. Have really planted those trees at the right places for the right purposes? No. But every day we're talking about planting trees. Even as a minister, I also deliver some kind of species. We planted 200 million, but we don't even monitor them. So we fail to involve this local. At least we've learned our lesson today. And we know that something must be corrected. And again, I'm not saying that restoring ecosystem is just about planting trees. If we continue to think that restoration of ecosystem is just planting trees, then a second failure is coming. Because we think that, land degradation is about the trees themselves. No, it's about agriculture. Unless we deal at the same time with the key drivers of deforestation, we will find ourselves in this cycle, vicious cycle. So today, we have learned the lesson. We know that we need to sit down. Remember, when we started the participatory approach, you will hear, we are involving the local communities, or we are consulting with them. In some cases, we are negotiating with them. We don't even know what's involving the local communities was about. But today, I think we know. We know that to establish the law, we have to sit down together and know what are the requirements that are reasonable for the landholders. So the UN also knows about it, and we have, I can also share the legal framework at the United Nations with regard to the involvement of the indigenous people.
I would love to hear a little bit more about that framework. And following this, we will be taking questions from the audience as well, so you can get those ready to go. But can you tell us a little bit more about what the UN framework is to support this going forward?
The UN legal framework on the indigenous people is under the basic principle of universality, equality, and non-discrimination. The indigenous people are entitled all the rights under the international law. The equal worth and dignity must be really ensured. And that's led to the establishment of many legal instruments and mechanisms at the United Nations. And it was done in a very comprehensive manner. There are 3 UN bodies that that are mandated to deal with indigenous people. The first one is the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, which is the highest body to deal with indigenous people. And the second one is the expert mechanism on the indigenous people. And this is the expert mechanism that really analyze the situation about the indigenous people and advise ECOSOC. And the third one is the special rapporteur on indigenous people, which really kind of promote best practices and also reports on the situation of the indigenous people. I think the current special rapporteur is Mr. Francesco Carlizzi from Guatemala, if I'm correct. He has been really advocating for indigenous people since 1980 now, trying also to help them to defend really all kinds of violation against indigenous people. So we also have the UN Declaration on the Right of Indigenous People, which is not legally binding, but it has been adopted by the government. And it's been really kind of followed up so far. It outlines mainly the self-determination, the rights on land, territories and resources, education, culture, health and social services, and also the participation in decision-making. In addition to that, there is another legally binding, which is the only treaty that deals with indigenous people, which is known as C-169, which is a convention on indigenous tribal peoples that was adopted by the International Labor Organization in 1989. It has been ratified by 20 countries, mostly countries with large indigenous people. So the UN Declaration on the Right of the Indigenous People recognize the right of indigenous people, the right to land, to territories, to resources, including the land, territories, and resources traditionally owned by the indigenous people and that are controlled by others. It's also recognize the need for them to participate to decision-making.
So frameworks exist at the moment. Frameworks exist, and that's a quick overview on what some of them are. I'm sure there's much more detail to come later on and further questions. And at this time, we'll open up to questions from you, or have we all kind of gone, oh, thank you, we've got all that now. Legalese all understood? Oh, at the back of the room. Thank you for raising your hand so high, it's helped.
Spanish. Bueno, primeramente saludar
Well, first of all,
give us a moment to make sure we've got our...
público que está aquí y agradecer. Yo soy
first
Patricia
of all,
Bustamante.
Patricia Bustamante.
Bueno, primeramente
So, as I was saying, first of all, I'd like to thank you all and thank the representatives of the UN. I'm Patricia Bustamante. I come from Bolivia, an NGO called CECACE. I have a question. How do you monitor what's happening in Amazon region, for example, in Bolivia, where we have 33 indigenous groups in the Amazon? We have rights, but at present, Bolivia is in Santa Cruz and another department, Bolivia is pulling out our rights. It's important that the rights of the indigenous people, the right to the land, etc., be respected. How in the UN do you monitor what's happening in South America, in Bolivia, and other countries which are bordering Brazil, like Peru or others? How do you monitor the situation?
Yes, absolutely. So the question is, how at the UN are you monitoring the situation?
Je vous remercie pour cette importante question.
Thank you for this major question. I remember this morning, the time of the first fireside chat. I can't remember who was the first fireside chat. Sebastian Salgado was saying that the UN do not impose anything and do not even have a right to impose anything to countries, knowing that the UN are made of governments. When we talk about the UN, it's you, me, it's the states, it's everyone. But we make available some data. We help countries develop their policies and their laws. We help countries that decide in all sovereignty to adhere to some instruments and to sign international agreements so that they can do it in an enlightened fashion. But then each country decides what they do with the agreement they sign. Each country decides, because all countries are sovereign, which doesn't mean that we're not monitoring what's happening or the implementation of these international agreements. We have one division, one department, which is dedicated to that within the, I don't know, I can't remember, UN Department on Economic and Social Affairs. Yes, as I was saying, it's called DISD. And they have a unit in this department that is in charge of indigenous people. And as I said in my presentation earlier, we have a special rapporteur dedicated to indigenous issues, and he must be aware about what you just said, and he must report on that and say it. And say every year we take stock of the implementation in all countries. So I would like to conclude by saying there is a monitoring. If you want more information about the monitoring mechanism, I can give it. We can give it to you later on, and it does exist. And it's up to each sovereign state to decide how they implement their policies, and the UN are always there, available to supply them with data, to help them develop policies and laws that are in line with the international agreements they have signed. Thank you.
We have one more question. Thank you so much for the question. Just here. We have time for one more.
Bonjour. Bonjour à tous. Merci.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm very happy to be with you today. Talking about the issue of rights of indigenous people, I'm very interested because I'm a law student and I work on that issue. You talked about the 169 Convention of ILO. I would like to know the actions or levers that indigenous people can use when one of the rights under this ILO Convention has been violated. What can they do? Another question, talking about the land tenure of indigenous people and their rights to the land which they're occupying. How can we frame these rights, especially for nomadic populations? How can we enshrine these rights? Well, thank you for these questions. Let me start with the last one, which is how to make sure that the nomadic people have rights that are really enshrined. This is a bit complicated, and this leads to all the problems we have with the issue of nomadic people. It's not just an issue of land tenure. The recognition of the rights must be there for the nomadic population. And this question is also about children's education. It's something that is very important, and it was one of the main topics when we talked about the sustainable development objectives last year. What happens when parents are nomadic, are moving around, and children are moving with their parents and have no right to education? All this to tell you that the issue of nomadism is very complicated, but it's necessary for animals, and we can talk about the rights of animals that has to be taken into account. Personally, I have no answer to give you. Maybe we can refer it to the division in charge of indigenous people to see if they have taken into account the issues of nomadic populations, or even if these populations are thinking about their right to the land. It's an issue of priority. Now, talking about the convention I mentioned, as I said, this is binding, and when a convention is binding, there are dispositions that indicate what should happen in case of violation. And this I suggest you have a look at the convention if you want to know more.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Juliette. Please give her a warm round of applause, because that's come to the end of this segment. Thank you so much. So it has brought us to the end of this segment, but it has not brought us to the end of a conversation about legal frameworks, the law, and in particular, a conversation relating to the use of environmental law for forest conservation. So it's now time for our next panel. This panel is going to be moderated by a renowned expert in international environmental law and professor at the University of Oslo, Chair, World Commissioner on Environmental Law and International Union for Conservation of Nature. Please give a warm round of applause to Christina Voyet.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction, and welcome everyone to this roundtable on the role of environmental law in the protection of forests and communities. And I would like to thank you, Juliette, very much for really setting the scene on this conversation. Thank you for being here with us today. It's a great pleasure and great honor having you here. So this roundtable will explore the role of law in forest conservation, in the protection of communities, And, you may think about, what does law have to do with it? We have already talked about the role of indigenous leaders or communities, but time and time again, in the conversations we had today, we heard that's important to protect the rights of indigenous communities, to ensure their tenure rights, to ensure their cultural rights. So we've already touched upon law many times, the role of law many times. So what we would like to do now is to engage you in a critical, inclusive conversation about the role of law and about its possibilities, but perhaps also its limitations. For example, we do know that in order to tackle climate change and biodiversity crises at the same time, we must conserve the forests that are already there. I will come to planting new forests in a second, but the first priority must be to protect what we already have from further deforestation. But how to protect the forests that we have, and how to address all the drivers of deforestation, which are often outside the spheres of the communities themselves. And this is where legal tools come in. Not only, I'm not saying that law provides all the answers, but it is an important governance tool to make sure that the policies are lasting, are sustainable, are still there in a couple of years' time, and that they are also protecting those that are at the front lines, whether they're vulnerable communities or environmental defenders that may be threatened with their lives and livelihoods. So the legal tools are necessary, and we have quite a lot of them, whether to establish protected areas or national parks. None of this has ever happened without some sort of legal intervention. Especially also the right of recognition of human rights and the rights of indigenous peoples to their lands, to their territories, to their culture, and even recognizing the rights of nature. New development that is happening in many places, which would not have happened without the input of indigenous communities and leaders. But we need to do more than just protecting the forests that we have, and we had many interventions earlier here today. We need to restore degraded lands, and we need to expand forest cover. And Sebastião Salgado this morning talked about planting trees in a very passionate intervention, which we all can relate to. But again, here, the legal tools may be important to make sure that those planted trees remain standing, are not cut down by some other interventions, and that the right trees are being planted in the right places. Sebastián was talking about the species in the forest, studying the ecosystem to replant it. And I think that is something that many communities, indigenous communities, do. But in order to upscale, and we need scale when we want to tackle the climate crisis and biodiversity crisis, that may also need to find its way into legal regulation. And to ensure permanence, as I already indicated, to make sure that those trees are still there, maybe if situations and circumstances changed. And we need tools to incentivize private landowners to do the right thing. We can, of course, hope that they do the right thing, but sometimes they do, most often they don't. But that's where the law also comes in, to incentivize, regulate private landowners or companies to do the right thing and prohibiting them from doing the wrong thing. And for all of that, we need the law. And we also need laws in order to balance what we're doing. We were talking this morning about offsetting and the potential possibility to being paid for protecting forests. But this is not really why we want to protect forests, is it? It's not that they offset increased emissions somewhere else in a zero-sum game. This would be a lost opportunity. So in order for forests to matter in a climate context, that has to go alongside with drastic and deep reductions of emissions from industrial processes, not alone from fossil fuel burning. And that also has to be regulated, how forest and uptake of CO2 and storing of carbon in the forest relates to other wider climate measures, so it doesn't become just an offset mechanism. And again, here, laws are indispensable. And we have to have the legal protection of those that are the guardians of the forests, and many of them are in the room here with us, to recognize their legitimate rights and involve them not as stakeholders, but as rights holders in consultations, in policy and decision-making processes on all levels, based on their own ways of being represented. And we need rights and legal tools to make sure that they have access to information. Information is key to be involved and meaningfully involved in decision making. And access to information, again, is something that needs to be guarded by the law. Access to information, then access to decision making, and finally, access to justice, a way to bring claims, disputes, violations of rights to the courts. And as we know, in many cases, that is the last resort where rights can be protected. But they cannot be protected without a proper legal protection. Now, we need the right laws. The World Commission on Environmental Law, which I chair, is engaged in many things, but also in a project that looks at a model forest act, an act that can be adjusted to particular circumstances, different countries, expanded or reduced, depending on what is needed. But we also want to bring these issues to the judiciary. We engage with judges, because as I said, many times judges and courts are the last resort. And it's a wonderful segue to our first speaker, who would have loved to be here today. Our first speaker is indeed a judge. He is a justice at the National High Court of Brazil, Justice Antônio Herman Benjamin. He is president of the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment and the Secretary General of the International Advisory Council for Environmental Justice of UNEP. He is also the president of the Brazilian Environmental Forum of Judges, and he is my predecessor as the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, and a very good friend. And he sent me a very long bio, and I can't introduce everything about Antonio, but one particular aspect I wanted to highlight, and that is in 2020, Brazilian scientists named after him a newly discovered species of an orchid found in the Amazon rainforest. Now, with that, I would like to ask the technicians in the back to magically play the video address by Antônio Herman Benjamin.
First of all, let me apologize for not being able to be with you in person. Second, I would like to stress the importance of this event, particularly because it puts forests in different perspectives, including law, but also it connects with two very important components of this dialogue: indigenous peoples and local communities. Let me thank the organizers for inviting me, especially the Prince Albert Foundation, and the World Commission on Environmental Law. Professor Christina Voigt posed several questions. I only have 7 minutes, and I'll try to answer all 4 questions, main questions. The first is about environmental law as we have it, and how we fit the protection of forests in the umbrella of environmental law. As we all know, the protection or the regulation of forests predates by centuries, if not by millennium, environmental law. Environmental law as a holistic field of law appears only in the late 60s, 70s, and in this part of the world, the 80s. And it's still evolving. But if we look back, ancient civilizations and legal texts from those civilizations already deal directly and indirectly with forests, and some of them with specific protections assigned to forests. However, the forest legislation that we have is not working well. And it's not working well for many reasons. One of the reasons is that in some countries, for example, India, the forest legislation predates independence. In other parts of the world, including Brazil, the forest legislation we have is a sort of mosaic of provisions that is weakened by other laws that are around the forest code, again, in the situation of Brazil. We have tax law. We have land use laws that weaken the forest legislation. So, in responding to Professor Christina Voigt's question, the first one, the laws we have are not working well. There is another reason, and this is probably deeper, for the non-compliance with forest laws requirements. I would say the massive non-compliance in many parts of the world. It is the fact that the forest legislation often is not in harmony with the protection of indigenous people. If we look in my country to the satellite pictures of the Amazon, we are going to see that some of the best protected forests are within indigenous peoples' reserves. So we need to integrate, bring harmony between the protection of forests and the recognition of the relevance of forests for indigenous peoples and local communities. Professor Christina Voigt also asks about, and it's the fourth question, global cooperation in forest protection. To me, the most important effort that is happening as we speak in legal cooperation in environmental law is the Model Forest Act initiative, a 3-year project to design, to draft a Model Forest Act for the world. This is done by a group of legal and scientific experts that is already working, and Professor Christina Voigt is a member of the drafting committee, and it's working in order to have a text that countries can then, at the end of those 3 years, use if they want either to reform existing forest legislation or enact an entirely new, modern, all-encompassing, holistic forest legislation. Again, many thanks for the invitation, and I am sure that the different panels will be very successful, and I am sorry for not being able to join you in person.
Thank you so much, Justice Benjamin. If you hear us and see us, thank you so much for sending your video. Our panel is broader than that, and I would like to invite the panelists here to join me on the stage. We have 4 panelists. We have with us Mr. Ishan Chaturvedi, we have Mrs. Chai Surui, Mr. Ajay Kumar Jha, and Mr. Ramiro Batsin. Ishan Chaturvedi is an environment and energy lawyer and scholar. He is the Assistant Dean at the Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability in India, and he is currently taking a sabbatical to pursue a PhD in climate law and policy at Stanford University. Chai Surai, she is a young indigenous leader of the Paiter Suruai people in Brazil, and she was actually the only Brazilian indigenous speaker to speak at the opening of COP26 in Glasgow. Ajay, he is or has worked at the intersection of human rights, development and sustainability for more than 2 decades. He is the director of Paravi and Center of Community Economics. He is also elected regional facilitator for UNEP. And next to me, my dear friend Ramiro Batsin. He is the executive director of the Xochitl Association and Coordination of the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. And he is also a fellow counselor and vice president of the IUCN. We have a couple of questions which Mr. Justice Benjamin already got beforehand. But before we start, I'd like to ask you very briefly to tell us a little bit about what you're doing to protect forests and where does law come into your work. Maybe we can start with you, Ishan, and we just very briefly, not more than a minute, go through just as a round of introduction.
Right. Thank you, Christina. Let me first compliment everyone who's put together this incredible program, and that's 10 seconds of my 1 minute, so I'm going to make it quick. My professional interests look at the Indian subcontinent and how their enviro-legal framework binds into forest rights, protection, and justice elements of forest, which is something that we have touched about throughout the day, but I'm sure we'll delve into a lot more. I think law as an organic, dynamic construct of things that are reflected in the society becomes an imperative part of the governance system to include more and develop more aspects of it as we go along. I'll keep it very short and we'll come back to this.
Thank you, Ishan. Chai.
Kanatenga. Boa tarde a todos. Com
Hello, everyone. My name is Chai Surui. I would like to thank you for the invitation that was given to me. I know you don't understand me, but you have simultaneous translation.
As problemáticas, né, e as ameaças que a gente vem sofrendo como povos indígenas no Brasil.
I think that we're subject to a lot of threats as an indigenous people, and we have to rise to them. Our peers have already talked about this subject today.
Das maiores ameaças.
And it also appears in the video we saw yesterday. Several threats are looming upon us. And laws are part of these threats, because today we have MPs that are very traditional. Before, there were less traditional and conservative MPs. But this is the way it is, and they're trying to deprive us of our rights. They have absurd laws in the pipeline, and they want to evict us from territories that are protected. They want to evict us, they want to rob us, and take the land away from us. So we have to talk about the law. It is very important. We can talk about zero deforestation if we want. But they cannot evict us from our own land. I'm here with my family. I have my sister-in-law coming from another tribe, and she's fighting to keep her land, because in Brazil there's a lot of territories that are not registered in a land register, and we have to protect our territory, because if there isn't a natural park or legal rights, we cannot have a zero deforestation policy. We can achieve our goals only if our rights are protected.
Thank you so much, Chai. Thanks. We move on to Ajay. Tell us about where law comes in your work.
Thank you so much, Christina, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this important forum. We mainly work with the communities in supporting their struggle to claim their rights, indigenous people. Law is very important in the sense that India has a law called Forest Rights Act. It was legislated in 2006, and this is the first formal recognition of the rights of indigenous people, their right to habitat, their right to livelihood in the forest-related legislations. So since then, there has been almost 2.2 million applications which have been approved. Applications of the indigenous people which have been approved to give them individual forest rights, and there are some like 100,000 applications approved for giving community forest rights to communities. So we try to do that, sort of support their struggle in claiming rights. But beyond that, we also do a lot of policy advocacy on forest, land, food-related legislations. But we understand that these nature, climate change, forest, these are too important to be left to the government or the state alone. We try to engage people on these issues, on issues of sustainability, and that's what we have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajay. And to you, Ramiro.
Gracias. En primer lugar, agradecer por la...
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. We are working on the acknowledgement and legalization of territories for indigenous populations. The question of forest protection and biodiversity are part and parcel of the recognition of our territories. This is crucial. We need to protect forests, but also to live well. The quality of life needs to be protected and acknowledged. We need to acknowledge and safeguard the traditional ancestry know-how and to help this knowledge to pass on from generation to generation. We need to have to know to protect the systems that are inherent to indigenous peoples. We're working on a national and international framework that acknowledges the rights of indigenous peoples.
Thank you so much, Ramiro.
And the management of natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had to wait for the translation. I have a brief question to each one of the panelists, and we'll go through that, and then we'll try to open the discussion also for the audience. Let's talk about law then. You all explained where it comes in your work. And I'd like to ask you, Ishan, to start with you. In your opinion, how effective are environmental laws in both conserving forests, but also ensuring that management of forests is sustainable and in protecting the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities? And what can be done to improve them?
Yeah. Well, the short answer is that it isn't perfect, and the reason we're having this discussion is because there's a void in terms of, so let me take a step back and talk about law. When we think about law, we think about a piece of rule, in layman's terms, a piece of rule that in some way affects us or governs us or that defines our rights or duties or those of others. But I think essentially, and that's what we taught in law schools as well, but essentially law is a lot bigger, as Christina had mentioned at the beginning. It's sort of like a piece of the puzzle. There are so many things that have to come together for there to be effective law. So building up on what Christina mentioned in terms of access to information, public consultation, and access to justice, these are the three building blocks of any law, or whether that's forest conservation or contractual law. But outside of these, law is also decision-making on an everyday basis. Law is rights of those who are affected first and worst, and that's where we'll come back to the communities. And the sad part about evolution of law, I think historically, with exceptions, has been that law has always followed disruptions in societies and communities. If you take a very current example with what's happening with artificial intelligence, AI, ML, law is following on what is happening. Now this, if you juxtapose this situation of evolution of law against what we are dealing with, against forest conservation and indigenous peoples and local communities, this is such a paradoxical situation, because on the one hand, law is supposed to follow disruption, and on the other hand, forest deforestation has been happening for centuries now in some places. People have been removed from their spaces, removed of their right, been called stakeholders rather than right holders. And this is still a discussion that we're having, that whether this should happen or not, and how best to go about it. And this is, I think, one of the most central problems that we're facing with law, how best to go along with time in terms of disruptions, but also how best to go back in time and fix things that that have been wronged for generations now. And in that sense, yes, there is a gap to Christina's question. How can it be made more effective? I think various panels throughout the day have touched upon youth engagement. And I just think that a lot of reinventing of wheel happens when you have coming to the same problems with same experiences. It is imperative for any legal discussion to be productive, for it to have inclusive engagement of each and every part of the society. It could not be dominated by the same society or the same parts of those societies to decide what is right and what is wrong. In my class that I take on sustainable development, the example that I usually give is of organizing a dinner with your friends, and you come back home and you tell your partner, you tell your family that I'm having friends over for Saturday. And the first question is going to be that, all right, so if we have to prepare dinner, how many people are going to be there, right? The second question is going to be, is anyone allergic to anything? Is anyone a vegetarian? Is anyone is allergic to shellfish? I don't know what the questions are. But in today's legal system, or historically how we have been deciding the legal dinner or the laws, is that we decide that everyone likes pork, for example, and everyone is allergic to cheese, and we don't consider what they really care about. And I think that gap in ordering dinner for everyone and considering everyone's opinion versus thinking what I think should be right for you and then ordering your dinner is the gap that we need to converge in terms of legislations.
Thank you so much, Ishan. I move on to Ajay, and you get a really tough question. I do apologize beforehand. But it is very difficult to strike a balance between forest conservation and development, as aptly expressed in the notion of sustainable forest management, which includes use of forests, but within the ecological limitations set by keeping a healthy forest. From your perspective and experience, how can laws be designed or better designed to encourage sustainable forest management without compromising the ecological integrity of forest ecosystems?
Thank you so much. I think since 1972, we have now forest laws in more than 170 countries, and 150 of them also recognize the right to environment. But we see that deforestation continues, and every year almost 12 million hectares of land are deforested. More than 1/3 of them are in the tropical forests. The most important reason why we have failed to arrest deforestation is that till now, the conservation laws are less about conservation, and it's more about determining the degree or the extent to which resources can be exploited. It's more about harvesting than about conservation. With predominant economic considerations, and primarily in the developing countries, we see that many of these conservation laws have a clear colonial legacy, which was to protect forest and state for its economic outputs, for timber, for other products. That has continued. That I still think is continued, only with a little bit of tweaking here and there. In some of the countries, we understand that there is a recognition of rights of the indigenous people and local communities, but to a very marginal extent. And unless we involve indigenous people and local communities, forests cannot be protected, that is for sure. So the imbalance between economic, social, cultural, and environmental functions of forests is the one of the most predominant reasons for deforestation. And in many of the countries, laws are very helpful. Laws are a very strong tool to empower people. But in many of the countries, we see that these laws are being weakened. For example, in our own country, in my own country, we see that the definition of forest has been changed to dilute the distinction between plantation and old native forest. There has been several changes in the forest conservation law, national forest policy, environmental impact assessment rules, biodiversity laws, to put more power in the hands of forest governance and central government, to create more exemptions for projects which will not be required to seek permission for forest or environmental clearance. In the biodiversity law, we see that recent amendments have exempted Ayush companies. These are companies which make medicines from herbal products and forest products. They don't have to seek permission for use of biodiversity products from forests, neither they have to pay any compensation for that. So it's predominant economic interest in the forest governance, which is I think one of the important reasons why we have not been able to establish a balance between conservation and sustainable development. And we see more and more forests and natural resources being put in the market through a markets-based approach. And we, at times, agree to it, thinking that the proceeds might go to the indigenous peoples and local communities, but it has hardly happened. We also did an investigation in the first REDD+ project in India, and where hundreds of thousands of dollars exchange hand, very little, peanuts, 200,000 Indian rupees, reached to the 9 local indigenous councils that were a part of the project. They had no information at all of what is going to happen, what is the amount being traded in offsets. So, and at the same time, we see indigenous people regard forest and ocean as their mothers. And they are being told that there is no way to protect your ocean or forest unless we bring some money for it and sell ecosystem services, as they call it.
But we have to move on.
Yeah, just winding up, that they regard forest or ocean as their mothers, and they say it's very unfortunate for us to hear that we can't save our mother without putting its services in the market, without selling it. So that, I think, is the main reason.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ajay. We move on to you, Chai. You already gave us an interesting example of where rights of indigenous peoples are threatened by the threat of losing their land rights. In your experience, how can the communities that you know, that you work with, better, more actively protected and involved in forest governance? What is necessary in order to strengthen their legal protection from your experience?
Então, gente, como eu falei para vocês, hoje uma das maiores ameaças que a gente sofre no Brasil é através do Congresso Nacional por esses projetos de leis, né, o próprio marco temporal e projetos de lei que querem acabar com a demarcação dos nossos territórios indígenas, querem explorá-los ainda mais e ainda colocam... sorry.
There's no translation.
Sorry, we seem to have a technical issue. Don't worry. It's coming. Yeah.
There's no translation right now.
But it's coming now. Don't worry, it's coming.
So I say to you now, one of the most dangerous threats in Brazil against the indigenous peoples is the
National Congress, where they are trying to vote laws against our demarcations, against to allow the explorer, the illegal miners to in our territories and put in risk the indigenous isolate in our land that in the Uruguay indigenous land. Just a story to you understand. There are more than 20,000 illegal cattle there. And this meat is coming from to here, to European countries and to France, to the casino, the supermarket sell the meat that comes from our genocide. And because this, we need to talk about the laws about the supply chain. And more than this all is connected, you know, because these laws that they are voting in Brazilian Congress, they, who are I mean this.
Translation is on.
We have translation now.
Agora? Now we have translation, okay. Então, a bancada ruralista, né, no Brasil,
Donc, so
esses tipos de projetos de lei.
the problems, the deputies who are connected to the landowners are trying to get these laws through, but through the Congress. But who funds them? Who is lobbying the companies that are buying the meat, which comes illegally out of our territory? I mentioned this earlier. There's a particular land, Bourgoin, where there are over 20,000 heads of cattle that are being bred illegally because the land has been sold by JBS and the meat is sold to the casino company to be bought in Europe and also in Brazil. So what is the issue? The issue is that our land is, everybody wants our land, it's coveted. COP28 is about to start, everybody is talking about protection, preservation, conservation, but we still have to be very careful so that our land is protected and that these invaders are made to leave, and you have to stop eating that meat that's coming from our territory because these animals are on a sacred land. We need a land that is stricter. We need a law that is stricter, sorry, but we also need other countries to stop purchasing products coming from that sacred land and coming from there illegally. We need to continue exerting pressure because the Brazilian Congress has just decided will have an impact not only on the Indian population of Brazil, but on the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chai, both for bilingually excelling here, but also for pointing to that very important aspect of supply chains and global drivers of deforestation. And now, Ramiro. Ramiro, you are an indigenous leader from your community, but you work on the international level in different fora. Ramiro, from your perspective, what can international cooperation and eventually international law contribute to protecting forests, but also protecting indigenous peoples and local communities' rights?
Yo creo que, digamos, el marco jurídico internacional.
I believe that the international legal framework is absolutely key. Our countries are passing laws that are not at all in line with the protection of natural resources and with the protection of indigenous populations law. I believe that the international framework is advancing, trying to recognize the rights of indigenous populations, putting targets. For example, in the Montreal framework that was just approved, there are 8 targets linked to indigenous population. But we're also concerned by the fact that things should be aligned at national level. And this is where the international framework is there, but very often it cannot be applied at national level, and at national level the laws are not advancing. So it's important to have an international framework that is in line with national legislations. And a bit further, it would be important to start seeing how these standards are working and the special situation of indigenous populations, because there's quite a lot of difference between the implementation of our standards. The system for the administration of justice is not aligned, and very often we want to apply some laws that do not recognize our rights or our governance. And it is absolutely necessary to recognize that laws are important, but as was saying by my colleagues, laws are okay, but we have to see who implements the law and how we interpret the law, because the law per se is not interpreted in the right way, and the law is applied for international companies while indigenous populations are being sanctioned. The law can be used to extract wood, which is authorized, for which international companies are authorized, while the rights of indigenous populations are not allowed to use it when they're trying to protect it.
Thank you so much, Ramiro. I get the note here that we are running out of time, but I hope that you agree that we had very rich discussions which only touched the surface. There is so much more to discuss, but we will have to leave it to the coffee break. But before we thank the audience, on behalf of the IUCN World Commission, I would like to full-heartedly thank the Foundation, Prince of Monaco, for collaborating with us and other partners in that very important endeavor. It's a privilege, it's an honor working together with you, and we are very much looking forward to continuing that cooperation. And now, please, everyone, join me in a round of applause for our wonderful panelists.
And we're ready for a great conversation diving into funding. So we've spoken to Indigenous peoples and local community representatives. We've spoken about laws and what the law needs to look like going forth. We've heard from a scientific perspective, and now we want to talk about money. Money, 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 money. So that's what we're going to be diving into next. The next person that I'm inviting to the stage is one of the key people involved in the design, implementation of the National Plan to Combat Deforestation, the Amazon Fund. He is currently the General Coordinator of MAP Biomass. Please welcome to the stage with a rapturous round of applause, because I know you've got it in you, Tasso Azevedo. Hello, hello, welcome.
Good.
Ready to talk money?
Yeah, I didn't bring my pocket.
It's okay, there's one there, or there's one here, or there's one there. We've got a few.
No, I'm just thinking about the money. I didn't bring.
You didn't bring the money? Darn it. You know, we thought we were going to get somewhere with it. I mean, they said that you were going to pay me when I got on the stage, but you know, that's clearly not going to happen. So let's start with what the current landscape looks like for funding so that we can all at least be on the same page. What current what does the landscape look like when we're talking about protecting, conserving, and restoring forests? What does funding currently focus on?
Yeah, well, not sure I can answer all those questions, but I would say like this. Basically the conversation today, or at least in the last, let's say 10 years, minimum, the conversation about funding on conservation in general, and especially in terms of forests and so on, is being kind of driven to the whole discussion about carbon. So much so that we're kind of getting stuck with this idea that carbon will solve everything. Like
it won't.
We will sell avoid emissions. We sell carbon stocks and stuff like that, and this will basically be the solution for funding, in large scale forest conservation. I personally don't believe this will be the solution for various reasons, but probably the first one is the fact that let's say basically the only way to guarantee that you have decreased emissions from deforestation or from destruction of forests, and so you have some kind of a credit related to that, is that you first prove that you destroy something, right? You have to prove first that you are emitting. So I say, oh, I'm emitting a lot of carbon. No, I'm not emitting anymore this carbon. So here is my contribution to decrease the emissions. Mm. And I think this is very perverse, especially for the communities. Because if you do the math, for example, in the Amazon, just giving the example in the Amazon, the forest communities in the Amazon, they are occupying and protecting 1/3 of the entire region. And if you look back on the last 40 years, and we have mapped this year by year on Mapbiomas, we find out that only 1% of the deforestation that happens in the Amazon, which is the place where we have more deforestation on the planet, only 1% of this deforestation happens on the lands protected by the forest people. So it basically, you could argue that there's no way you are actually decreasing emissions because you were not emitting in the first place. So it's kind of absurd, right? So who actually could demonstrate that is decreasing emissions is whoever was destroying the forest before. So thinking on a climate perspective, that's the problem. So what happens at the end is that we are this thing has been trying to be implemented on the basis of, project by project. And then instead of saying, okay, let's say if I was destroying the forest as my neighbors, this would be this much that I will be emitting. Therefore, if I'm not destroying the forest, I should receive the same amount of money. But the math don't complete. So we end up on this trap that we are right now, where we try to do projects in different places to have some kind of earnings related to the, avoid emissions. If I was a bad guy, then this will be how much I will be receiving. And so if we still on this path, we'll be talking about like very small amounts of resource and spread out over the region. So I think this is a trap. We are on a trap in relation to that.
The current situation is not where we want.
So I think we have to surpass this to for different types of mechanisms that are not attached to the carbon or to giving value to a specific service of the forest, but just assuming that the protection of the forest creates a benefit for the entire humanity that probably it's impossible to evaluate or if we try to evaluate, is useless. I can give you an example of this, what I mean by that. If you try to put a value on the role of the forest, and I would just take the example of the Amazon again. Like the Amazon, we have the largest river in the planet, putting out water in the ocean, right? It's about 17 billion tons of water coming to the ocean every day. But the forest is evaporating water on the other direction. So there is another river going the other direction, going upstream with the evaporation of the trees. And that's 20 billion tons of water. It's more than what the Amazon River puts on the ocean. Now, how can I translate this service of the forest into money? One example, we could imagine if I have to use energy to make the service of the forest, to boil the water and have the evaporation, I would need 6 months of the entire power capacity of the planet every day. The value of that is $1 trillion. So, the Amazon forest, just for the service of the water, I could say it would be valued on $350 trillion. Well, it happens that the global GDP is about $120 trillion. So it's a nice information to know that this value is 3 times the global GDP, but it's totally useless. Right? This information don't help us on anything in terms of thinking how to give value to the forest. So I think the point that we have to do is to forget about trying to put a value on the forest or in a specific service. So then we know how much we should have be paying, etc., as we do with carbon, etc. And basically create a simple mechanism in which we just pay for the standing forest just because it's there. And no matter what was your past and what is your future, but what was you really doing right now.
It's such a different way of looking at things, and I think big problems require transformational thought in order to shift them. Before I jump to a question from the audience, we've been talking about national versus international versus local. When it comes to funding, what's the most effective way, or what should that blend be between national, international, local funding?
Obviously, this depends a lot of the circumstance, right? Because there will be places where nationally this will not be feasible or possible for political, for economic, for any reasons. So, yeah, it should be. But it has to be a mechanism in which you can move like all the community, global community of thinking on the services of those forests, especially in terms of the tropical forest. This is a global service for the planet. For example, if you take the tropical forest, not even counting the carbon, just the fact that the forests are there, it's cooling the planet 0.5 degrees. That's because of the effect of called the albedo effect, and also the evapotranspiration. So, yeah, if you don't have the forest, then the global temperature will be 0.5 degrees higher. So that's on the benefit of everyone. So we have to think on mechanisms that recognize this fact for all of us. So one example of trying to kind of move out of this idea of giving specific value was in 2009 when we created the Amazon Fund. So the idea of the Amazon Fund was say, look, it's very complicated to define who is responsible for reducing deforestation in Brazil. Deforestation came down in Brazil by 80% between 2003 and 2012. We could clearly demonstrate that the deforestation was coming down, but it was very difficult to define who is responsible for that. How much of the deforestation coming down in Brazil is for the responsibilities, for example, of the environmental agencies doing the work on law enforcement? How much of that is due to the monitoring process that the scientists were doing of the forest? How much is the local communities? How much is the farmer that decides to conserve the area? So all the fight was, we have to find a mechanism to give to the right people the money. We said, no, let's separate these two things. One thing is like, as a country, we can demonstrate that deforestation was reduced, and we can get contributions for this reduction. The other part of the game is like how you use the money. And then you can create rules and ideas of how this money can be used in a way that benefits projects and ideas that will promote sustainability. That's basically what is the Amazon Fund. It's a mechanism in which you separate the result and the receiving of the money from the use of the money. So you don't have to transform on credit. So that was the Amazon Fund in the beginning. Now I'm thinking more, I think the next generation of that is to think on a mechanism that is not depending of what happened in the past. So you don't need to create, how can we create a system that don't depends on what you did in the past or what you promised for the future, but it's what is happening right now. So ultimately, I have been thinking on this idea of having a global mechanism that pays a certain amount of money per hectare of forest per year. I would say my number is $30. That basically, if you have the forest in the beginning of the year, and you have the forest on the end of the year, I don't care what you did last year. I don't care what you promised you would do on the next year. I'm saying this year, the forest is there. Here is $30 for the maintenance of this forest. Doesn't matter if your forest has the highest biodiversity in the world or has less biodiversity. It's there. It doesn't matter if it's a dry forest or more, like have more biomass or less biomass. It's just the idea that one hectare of forest is doing the service, and we should pay for that. As a global community, so thinking about this globally. So, but the tricky thing here is how you create an incentive at the same way you create a disincentive for the deforestation. So the idea, kind of playing my mind, is to have a penalty of 100 hectares for each hectare you clear cut. So if you maintain 1 hectare, you get $30. But if you clear cut 1 hectare, I discount 100 hectares from what you have to receive. So the incentive is $30, but the disincentive is $3,000 per hectare.
Wow.
So the idea here is to create at the same time, you create something that is very bold. So if you protect the forest in the past and you have more forest, you get more. If you clear cut 1 hectare of forest, I will have a big discount because I don't want you to do so, right? So I'm thinking on this, but as a global mechanism, something that could operate on the scale of each country, and then each country make this process happening also internally. How much money is that? Because I think this is the scale we should be talking about. For example, just talking about tropical forests, we have about 1 billion hectares of tropical forests. If deforestation was zero, like there's no deforestation in the world, we would need $30 billion per year. It's nothing. And I'm saying how it's nothing. Last year, we produced 30 billion barrels of oil. So $30 billion is basically $1 per barrel of oil. That what means to give $30 per hectare of tropical forest conserved in the planet, and if the deforestation was zero, right? Unfortunately, the deforestation last year was 4 million hectares. So we would have to discount 400 million hectares. So it would be much less than $30 billion. But it's just to give an idea that the scale we should be talking about is not asking communities, people protecting the forest, to be talking about baselines, measuring how much carbon you have, proving that, I know, if you go to Acre, when my friend Benki is there, it's like 90 tons of carbon per hectare. If you go to Amazonas, it's 500 tons of carbon per hectare. Why? the forest in Acre should value less than the forest in Amazonas. Never. Probably it's much harder to keep the forest where he is. So the idea is to play with this on an hectare base and mobilize resource on this level, like say billions and billions every year. And I think it's totally compatible with what we have now. Just take care of your forest. It's very easy to monitor. Satellite image, forest is there, forest not there. And actually could work also for restoration, right? If you don't have a forest and at the end of the year you have forest, you also receive. So this could be another one.
I'm loving this insight into your mind and a new revolutionary way of thinking about things. Yes, we can give that a hand. We have time for a single question. Whoever's hand shoots up first, right here in the front of the room. That was quick.
Thank you very much. We actually, my name is Ana Lucia Orozco. I work for the Biofin initiative from UNDP. In Costa Rica, we were actually thinking of something like this that you're saying, a natural capital trust that would be like the next generation of payment of ecosystem services scheme, where you could value or make natural capital credits if they're protected and in an input-based, so that we also reduce one of the major challenges of including indigenous people and communities that are land ownership. So if it's input-based for this restoration or conservation in forests and beyond, because the current PES scheme is mostly for forests, then we would make this natural capital credit. So I wanted to mention this in the model because I think it's a very interesting thing, and that we're kind of we're getting there, not approved in Congress because we had a model and the law proposed wasn't developed with this idea. But my question for the model at the international level, one would be, how would you make a distinguish between more polluting or deforestating, as our Brazilian community member was shouting out, like it's the consumers also that are buying this meat that is deforestating. So how would that work in this model that you're imagining? In the distinguishing between who is deforestating more or who is deforestating less, and also. I
think we're only going to have time for one question.
That one, okay.
We'll take that one.
And then I'll grab you at the coffee break.
Fantastic. So how do we do that distinguishment in like 2 minutes or less? I mean, it's a simple question.
Very easy.
No, first, this idea, I think, came to my mind, I think was inspired on the, the program that you have in Costa Rica since the 90s, right? Which was paying a certain amount for forest restoration or forest protection on watersheds, because that was very important for maintaining the forest. So it was a very simple mechanism, and actually it was, if I recall, was money come from the oil also, because it was, right? So, I mean, I think I'm basically just thinking now. I'm thinking probably that's where the idea come from without I know, but now that you speak, it makes sense. So it just makes something that is simple, like I don't want to try to measure any type of specific credits or things like this, because every time we put on the table that we have to measure specific service and credit, then we have to start like baselines and measuring trees and et cetera. And I'm always thinking, why are asking people to spend their time producing this amount of delirious debate about like the amount that you have and et cetera? It's just simple. It's just the forest is there. There's 1 hectare of forest there. Do it. Don't ask people to do more than that, because that's their life. Like, people are living there. Right? So So that's my take. My take is that we should try to avoid completely all types of complications and make something absolutely simple. But there are two things that has to be, for this to work in large scale, there is some things that we have to do. There are, I think, are three criteria that will sort all of that.
We're going to have to stick to three.
Yeah. So the first one is, in order to make the calculations of this mechanism, it has to be done country by country. So you're not doing this property by property. You do country by country. You take the whole country and see how much the deforestation, how much the forest land, how much the deforestation make the discount. But in order to do to this mechanism to create an incentive to decrease the deforestation over the time, there is two specific rules that I would suggest. The first one is, it doesn't matter your past. The only thing that matters is that deforestation is coming down, right? So you just compare one year with the other and see if it's coming down. That's first criteria. Second criteria is that deforestation should not be higher than 0.5% of the forest cover. So this is a kind of, you create a kind of cap that push everyone to be below 0.5% in order to qualify. So these are two criteria. And another one would be, if you have deforestation lower than 0.1%, which is very, very, very low, then it doesn't matter really what happens the last year. It's just like an incentive to be very low all the time because you always can get the credit. And the other point is, every country will have their own way to distribute these funds internally once they acquire the funding. But they have to follow the same criteria as the global one, 1 to 100. Means like whatever is the way you want to divide and to make the funds go down, always have to use the criteria 1 to 100. What I mean for that? For example, in Brazil, I think the best design to incentive everyone to be like aligned to that is to take part of the money, you divide producers, the communities, whoever is managing the land, right? Let's say from the $30, I take 20 per hectare and give to whoever is managing the land, the indigenous people, et cetera, et cetera. But then I would take, for example, $4 per hectare and give to the municipality using the same account. You take the deforestation, the area of forest in the municipality, you say how much you have of deforestation, and then if you qualify, you get $4 per hectare. So you have the municipality aligned. You do the same as the state level, and you do the same at federal level. So in this case, I'm just using this example of Brazil, we are aligning everyone on the policy and on the land use guys to do the same, but always using the same proportion. 1 hectare of deforestation, I just count 100 hectares of you have to receive. So I'm always thinking on these things like, I don't want to distinguish too much on trying to evaluate if you're good or bad. It's just give one single criteria. That's very simple, it's your decision. If you decide to clear cut the forest, you are losing $3,000, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be like this.
Essentially, we're keeping it simple to keep it moving forward. There's a lot more clearly we could say on this subject, and the good news is we have a panel on it next. The bad news is this conversation here with Tasso is over. Thank you very much. Please give him a warm round of applause. So continuing the dialogue on money, 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 our next conversation, which will also be continued in the workshops tomorrow, is about reconnecting national, international funding and governments to Indigenous peoples and local communities for forest conservation. To moderate this panel, we have a man who's been in conservation for over 20 years, president of Asian Ranger Federation and director of Protected and Conserved Area Governance and Management for the WWF USA. Please welcome to the stage with a warm round of applause, Rohit Singh.
Thank you very much. Being a ranger, I normally don't use mic, but I am forced to use here. Before I start, I want all of you to stand up. I know it's the last session. Just stretch yourself. And it's not for you guys, it's for me because it's midnight where I come from. So stretch yourself a little bit. Okay, thank you. In next 1 hour, we're gonna have some good conversation. Yeah, please sit down now. Great. So today's session, we're going to talk about reconnecting national, international funding, governance structures to indigenous people and local communities for forest conservation. You gave a very nice introduction, long title of me, but I would like to define my work as I do all the cool stuff in WWF. So all this cool stuff you see on the website, that's what I do. So I don't do the boring stuff. Before I start, in this session, we're going to talk about how financial mechanism and governance structures and IPLCs can work for effective protection of forest, or effective conservation of forest. In 20 years of my work, I had spent most of my career in the bush with rangers. And many of these rangers were indigenous people and local communities. 36% of them actually came from the villages within 20-kilometer radius of the park that they are stationed. Including indigenous people and local communities, integrating them within the conservation projects is absolutely critical. Without doing it, you can't deliver conservation effectively, and wherever this has been done effectively, not just in terms of integrating in the legislative framework, but inclusion, financial inclusion, we have seen positive results. So in today's session, we're going to learn from our panelists different examples, how it's being done across the globe, and share some experience. Now, I'm International Ranger Federation representative, so I would also pose a question to all of you. And you can think of a number, and I will ask you at the end of the session. Think of how many rangers are there in the world's protected areas. Think of a number, I will answer that at the end of the session. So with that, I would like to invite my panelists. I would like to start with Mudija, and okay, there. And I would also like to request Mark to help us with the translation. Please, Mudija. So Mudija is a chief from the Huli tribe of PNG, and Mark will be helping us with the translation. Mudija, please take a seat. Thank you. Our next panelist is Onel Masadule, Executive Director of the Foundation, Executive Director of the Foundation of Promotion of Indigenous Knowledge. Onel, please. Our third panelist is Andrew Campbell, CEO of Game Ranger Association of Africa. And last but not least, Ana Lucia. She's the coordinator of UNDP Biofin program, please. Now, sorry if I have not pronounced your name correctly. It's my funny Indian accent that can be hard to understand at times. So how are we going to run this session? I'm going to ask each of you, instead of reading your bios, I would like to ask each of you to share in 5 minutes about the work you do, about the initiatives that you have been running. So let me start with you, Mudija.
Okay. I'm Yolim. Okay. Merci. Thank you. Merci à tous. Okay,
Bon, merci à tous. Alors, je m'appelle Mudija.
Thank you. My name is Budije Bondanga.
sorry, 1 something, me no saurit, me no saurat, me no skurman, me no sabeman, na me no sandistu.
Tout d'abord, je tiens à vous dire quelque chose.
First of all, I would like to say something important that seems essential to me. I can't read. I can't write. And I'm not a scientist. And so I don't have all the knowledge you might have. I'm someone simple. I'm the head of a tribe, and so I won't have much to teach you.
Yes, na me bien in history protumbuna na istapolsen.
Moi, je suis juste un chef.
I'm just a very traditional chief. I respect customs of my ancestors, everything that they have taught us to protect nature. That's the only thing that I can share with you today.
Na mi pinisim to okay, awesome na. Wanam. Mi kano se meses, mi man lombus. Mamam bro mi karim mi lo place, mi no wedding bom or mi no mama no karim mi lo clinic housing, mi silibro di welip na pandanus lip. Awesome na mi kano awesome beginning brombus.
Je ne sais pas grand-chose, mais
I don't know much, but I would like to say something. My mother delivered me under a tree. I was born on a bed of leaves. I don't even know my birth date. I was not born in a hospital, but because I was born under a tree in nature, I'm the son of nature, of the forest. I'm very much attached to this forest. This is the reason.
Kano se message mi putim fobra manda mi putim ro fobra mission lo inside lo Europe. Em kano se message imedimose.
And because I am aware of the importance of forests, I want to share this message with as many people as possible. And I do everything I can to share this message. Among the actions that I undertook, some of them are very important for us. And I gave four head hats to some museums to recall everyone that we should actually protect primary forests.
One bro mi putim ro mission ro Paris, two ro Geneva ro geography mission, three ro one, na four ro bus. Em mi putim osam. Disla em kano sem message. You mi mas tukatim bus na nokan bakarapim bus. Em mi putim disla kan message, mi sharim disla na mi putim osam.
You know, I understood that you Westerners, you have a lot of techniques to talk about yourselves, and I decided to follow your example. This is why I gave one feather headdress to the museum in Paris, another one in Rouen, in Geneva, because they're the symbol of forest. If these feather headdresses exist, it's because they are primary forest, and it's very important to protect these forests. That's the message I wanted to convey to the largest number of people.
Vous savez, je vais vous raconter une anecdote.
I'm going to tell you an anecdote. I was invited at COP21 and someone asked me a very weird question. A man came to me and said, "You're wearing feathers, you're certainly a great wise man, you know a lot of things. What should we do to fight against global change or climate change?"
Sun, moon, rain, wind, this is no saw talk to one man marry. Na man marry to no saw talk to one this is. Na suppose you protect them nature or nothing more or am to buy support them you. That's on this question, give him money, make him one promote.
So when he asked me this question, I was quite upset, and I said, you know, really, I don't know how to answer this question. I don't know anything. The only thing I could say is that we have to respect nature. Nobody in this room can control the sun, the rain, the moon, the wind. The only thing we can do is respect nature. If you respect nature, it will respect you back. And that's the message I would like to convey. And I made a movie to share this idea to the largest number of people.
mi benim history protum bunam promina makim man brother from DY brother from man and I past time and DY and I past time. This is history protum buna. So mi benim this is na makim.
I realized I directed a movie that had a Greenpeace award, and it attracted a lot of attention. And in this video, I explained something easy, the prophecy of my ancestors. They taught us that men are the sons of trees, and if the trees disappear, the human beings will disappear in turn. And that concerns whole humankind. This is why I wanted to convey this message. I have to say that I was very proud to receive these 2 Greenpeace awards for this straightforward message, because as far as I'm concerned, this message was very simple.
How is that sugar mi bro pranim diwa ano man wanda milia si am lapun man ya em to you bro or kadam purata na suso no diwa so you bro pranim diwa o to kosam na okay minister giving price.
What I would like to tell you is that with this movie, we managed to have an impact. And for me, it's very important. I'm going to give you 2 examples. First, in France, I'm meeting with a lot of people, and I realized that we can change things. I went to a school in Carcassonne, and I taught to small children to plant trees. Themselves, they planted 200 trees in their city. They received an award. They were received by the Minister of Agriculture. And he asked them, the minister asked them, who gave you the idea to plant as many trees in your village? And they said, oh, it's an old Papu with feathers on his head. And I'm very happy because people understand my message and they do something about it. They follow up on it. In Papua New Guinea, we can't say that this is what changed the laws, but it had an impact as well, because the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, James Marape, who's part of my tribe, he's aware of the importance of protecting forests. He's a new Prime Minister, and he repealed some laws that would favor deforestation. And it will enact new laws that will limit deforestation. And I think that together we can change things.
Thanks, Mark. We'll hear more about your project. Onel, can I ask you the work you do? And
Nuegambi Emisedo Cuenatcan. Buenas tardes, hermanos y hermanas, todo.
Hello, dear brothers and sisters. We all belong to the same planet. This is my mother tongue because I come from Panama. Sometimes I speak at length, and I could speak for hours. So please tell me if I speak too long. Since our tradition is oral, I love speaking at length. The question that you asked me, well, the answer could be divided because I'm both a private person and an institution. Before that, I have to say that I'm delighted to be with my brothers and sisters from indigenous peoples from various corners of the world. Even though our situations are different, we live in different corners of the world, we speak different languages, but our vision on nature remains the same. In my culture, it's the same. The tree is my brother, water is my sister. Everything in nature is a member of my family. This is why wise men and women say that we should never master nature. We are only part and parcel of nature. Nature is wiser than we are. Everything that we feel, the climate change, the loss of biodiversity, means that nature is reacting to our actions. This is the message that we should convey in a straightforward manner. I think, therefore, that what we do, us indigenous peoples, as my colleague from Papua New Guinea is saying, the way we're dressed, we have our customs, we have our clothes, but when we go back home, we put them back in our cupboards, because I go to the forest to feel my love for nature, but I love it. I work in production, in farming industry. I participate to ritual and religious ceremonies. As far as organization is concerned, we have several organizations, and as an indigenous people, we try to convey our message to every forum possible all around the world. Scientists say that we need $150 billion to safeguard biodiversity. I say it's the least. We should actually acknowledge the role played by indigenous peoples, and maybe we can save half of this money should we acknowledge IPLC. But they're not doing so. They're invading our land. They're polluting our land, and so we need the money to fight back. But we're not giving up as IPLCs, because if I have no land, if I have no territory, I can't survive. As a human being, I need to protect myself. Therefore, we gathered together several organizations in the world, in Latin America. We had a forum on indigenous people in Abala. We have 6 networks to work on the biodiversity, climate change, the question of access to different mechanisms. We have initiatives at the global level. We work on the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity, but also on climate change. And we also work on an initiative, the Pendang initiative, to create a sustainable fund for indigenous people at the global level, so we can reinforce the connection with nature and with households. I know that I'm speaking too much at length, but I would like to quote a wise man that came to see me and said, there's a green area and there's a part that is not indigenous that has been cleared. Someone came and said, you're poor because you don't want to use that part of the wood. And the wise man said, what would you do if I went to your town and I would burn your supermarket, your pharmacy? If I burned your construction equipment, what would you do? It's my supermarket. This is my medicine. When he showed the forest. And this is the type of connection we have. This is why there is such biodiversity that we love. This is why we have such nature. This is why we love the rocks. They are living beings. They have a soul. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anel. I can tell you what Indians are. We are famous as argumentative Indians. So I might argue with you on some of this later on. But Andrew, can I go to you next? And can you please define to all of us what is a ranger?
Sure, thanks, Rat. I think the best and the shortest description I've seen is planetary health workers. And that's a term that's come out in the last few years describing rangers and their work. Rangers are a diverse group of people that do diverse things for conservation as they work for nature. Who here has been to Africa? Okay, great. So I tried to define 5 of the key roles that rangers do according to what we call the Big 5, which are some of the iconic animals in Africa that people come to see, and I'm sure some of you have seen them. So the first one is what in the area where I was raised and born, in Zulu we call it Ingonyama or Ibubesi, which is a lion, an African lion, and that's to protect. So rangers protect nature, they protect cultural heritage in the areas that they work. They're involved in crime prevention. They also respond to emergencies, and that's just like a lioness might protect her cubs. They look after visitors and community members. We have examples from Kenya of rangers saving community members using their first aid skills as an example. The second one is what we call ingwe, or the leopard, which is about collection or collecting things. So just as a male leopard or female leopard will patrol its territory and monitor what's happening in a territory, the rangers will go out and they will go on patrol. So they will capture data, they will do research, and they'll carry out wildlife monitoring. The third one is I liken to the ndlovu, or the elephant, which is about connecting. And I think people that have seen elephant feel an instant connection to them. And this is where rangers' role is connecting people and nature. So they work with communities, with community engagement and education of visitors and people that are visiting areas that they work. And especially in the human-wildlife conflict mitigation, a very, very important part of a ranger's work. The fourth one is I called Inyati, or buffalo. So this is about correcting the natural balance. And just as we know we can correct savanna lands with the hoof action of cattle and bovines, so the rangers are also involved with restoring landscapes, removing alien plants, alien species, and rewilding areas that have lost their biodiversity. And the fifth one, or lastly, is about how we do our work. And that I liken to the rhino, something that, or ubijan, the black rhino, which you respect it when you see it on foot, or you climb a tree very close by. And that is about, we must, as rangers, we must respect nature, we must respect people that are working in the areas where we work, and we must respect the law that governs those lands. So that's very simply, I think, what an easy way to remember what rangers do. What we do as an association is we represent 2,600 rangers working across diverse landscapes in Africa by connecting them with each other, providing opportunities to network. We provide advocacy work for them, so advocating for better working and living conditions for rangers, and around support projects where we help with things to improve the professionalization of the industry alongside the International Ranger Federation and the URSA Ranger Support Alliance. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Anna, over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ana Lucia Orozco. I wanted to clarify that I'm not the national coordinator for BioFin anymore. From February, I work as an environmental finance specialist for the Biodiversity Finance Initiative, which is aimed, or its main concern is to reduce the biodiversity finance gap. And maybe I'll explain this before heading into later an example of how we are integrating finance and nature. So the biodiversity finance gap is, as we have all spoken on the previous panels, finance isn't everything, but it's really important. We know that without cocoa, there's no chocolate, and we need finance to actually deliver the law enforcement for the rangers to reforest, to restore, to develop sustainable livelihoods. We need the shift of our current model. As we have heard over and over in these panels, we are in a model that has financial incentives to be unsustainable, to deforest, but we don't have this other side as much to deliver to transform from a nature negative to a nature positive. So what we do, and the BioFin has a methodology of 5 steps. The first one is to understand at the national level what is the policy, the regulatory and the financial mechanisms that are in place. We map this as a baseline. It's like a photography, as Sebastian was saying, the photography of where we are at. Then we understand what are the expenditures, or the biodiversity expenditure review, both from public and private, and what are the flows going into and out of both nature positive and nature negative flows, financial flows. With this, we go to a third step, which is to address the financial needs. What are our national biodiversity goals? What are the policies? Where do we want to shift? How much do we want to recover? Where are the main areas, and how much would this take to recover or to restore or to conserve or to expand protected areas? And these are the financial needs that we address with this third step. Then we get to the fourth step, which is building and constructing together with national authorities. We have done this both at the national and subnational. There are some countries that are doing this at subnational level, which are very interesting case studies. But at the national level, we engage finance ministers, planning ministers, and environmental ministers, because as we are all, we have been discussing, environment and biodiversity and forests are not only for the environment, it's the benefit of the whole of society, of the whole of the planet, and we deliver these biodiversity finance plans, which are the way that we are going to address these finance needs. And we do this through the development, not just another plan that gets, we engage the stakeholders so that it's not just another plan, but what we deliver is a portfolio of financial solutions that are tailor-made and prioritized to meet these needs at the different level, either national or subnational level. So just to name a few examples of this, and to make the point of how we're not only, as Onel was saying, it's not only about increasing new revenues coming from everywhere, because as we know, that's not possible and not the only thing that we have to do. We do have to generate more and different type of financial sources, but we also need to reduce the negative even avoid future costs of losing the forests, of losing biodiversity. So we have, for example, as I mentioned in my question previously, we're working on payment for ecosystem services schemes. For example, I was just in Colombia last week for we have a payment for ecosystem services in the city of Bogota. We have bioeconomy schemes, credit schemes, or different types of accelerators or incubators that address these positive businesses for nature and for people. And this is one of the examples that I'll give for my next intervention. And we're also reforming negative subsidies. First, analyzing what are the negative subsidies, what are the positive subsidies, and how could these be transformed, reformed, or repurposed into a positive, in a positive manner, or at least reduced so that we don't have this much pressure, because these are the underlying causes of what we're losing.
Thanks a lot, Anna. So this was really good. We covered quite a wide range of stuff. And Anil, I might use your example in my next presentation about that wise man. Next round, I would like to go a bit in depth into some of the solutions that our panelists have been working, but I also would like to request all of you to think questions, because after this round, we will be taking questions from the audience. So Madija, you mentioned about the documentary that you have been part of, the amount of awareness it created, and the advocacy work that you have been doing. Can you share some concrete examples from the ground, the difference it made in PNG for forest conservation and for indigenous people?
Okay, sorry, mino na pulimron pra story so you no can cross do pas dem ya mino sa benim time tuna. Min benim webro mina mi to brandiso.
Ok, oui, je vais vous donner quelques exemples. Rassurez-vous, je vais essayer d'être.
I'm going to give you a few examples, but be reassured I'll try to be brief. I know you were upset because I talked too long earlier. But you know, in Papua New Guinea, we speak a lot, so it's difficult for me to respect the habits of the whites and speak only 4 or 5 minutes.
Something bro kapman na company give him community or kiss him benefit. So me study on this.
D'abord, je tiens encore à préciser quelque chose, excusez-moi, mais évidemment, je ne suis pas...
First of all, I wanted to pinpoint something. I'm sorry, but I can't implement myself the projects. I'm going to give you examples. But I try to do my utmost within communities to help them understand all the projects that can be implemented to protect the primary forest. I would like to talk about one project, but I'd like to know if everyone here was in the room yesterday when we showed an excerpt about the vanilla, because if it's the case, no use for me to talk about it. Okay, let's say they were there. Okay, so. All I wanted to say was that this project of agroforestry in the Sepik region, which received support of over 100 million euros from Europe, enabled very poor people, landowners, to plant vanilla, which is something that is planted on a tree. And so this means we planted trees as well, and it gives them an economic solution that avoids them selling their primary forest. So this example, which you saw yesterday, is a very good example of how we can fight against deforestation.
Protecting bush or making by the back or community to kiss him benefit on this Lord and Lomenden making more.
But I would like to give you another example right away. In the region of Baitabag in Papua New Guinea, a village has decided to protect by themselves, without any support from the government, to protect their land. And what they do is they invite scientists to study their primary forest, which has been protected. So they make money with the forest while protecting it. That's another solution.
Or Australian or plan him diway na mi pra ikat disela second forest or kata mi pra use him disela so na disela have to or community kisim benefit na bien him disela tu.
And I would like to give you another example, if I may. In the past, we used to be an Australian colony, and the colons planted pines in the region of Bololo. So these are planted forests, secondary forests. I can tell you that today, even though it might sound weird, the best solution to protect a primary forest is to plant secondary forests in damaged areas like savanna. So my government is trying to plant more trees. We will cut them and replant them, and in this way we will avoid having to cut the primary forest.
In our community, people or thinking role community people kind of some poor people or you mean Indonesian people start or thinking role disara na pandim sambra na okay disara project come up na sambra community kisim benefit.
Mais je tiens à dire que effectivement la question de l'argent.
What I would like to say is that obviously the money issue is absolutely essential. All these projects that are implemented require a lot of money, and with the support of the UN, the international community, the EU, and the international community, we Papoose, the indigenous leaders, can implement the project. The idea with the support is to help the poorer populations implement projects. So before I stop talking, one last word.
Okay, one per man. Topic me, it got one per Mary, Nami got one per beginning or some Nami stop now. Suppose Mary Bromi kissing big brachik, na by me salim beginning Bromi or good bra or by me salim the way good bra. Okay, Sambram back in this question.
So if you allow me to finish off, I'd like to ask you all one question, and I'd like you to answer as honestly as possible. In Papua New Guinea, we're landowners, but we just own forests. Just think that you owned the forest, and your husband or your wife was very sick, a very serious sickness, a disease, and you have to take them to the hospital. You're very poor, you have no money. What are you going to do to be able to do that? Will you sell your trees or your children? Can someone answer that question? Thank you for not losing time. I know you're always in a hurry, but can someone answer me? If you need money, will you sell your children or your wood? So what I meant to say is that we're all human beings, and even us, indigenous people, we need money to survive. So the best solution for us, Papoose, not to sell our forests, will be to help us find economic solutions to protect our forests. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I'm going to change the sort of pattern a little bit, because we talked about we need resources to do all this. How about we ask you, where are we going to get the resources? Give us your example. Tell us where we're going to get the money from.
Okay, so let me take this off. I was having an echo. So this is exactly the point where Mundia left, is where Biofin took from the National Biodiversity Strategy. Indigenous people participated in the process. I had the honor to be the coordinator for that policy process, so I know it by heart. And more than 3,200 people participated, and out of these, 41% came from indigenous groups. So we were very clear on what they were requesting, and specific goals of the NBSAP were requesting these alternatives of livelihoods to be able to keep on protecting the forests, which are also very important around indigenous territories in Costa Rica. So, but there was lack of finance. There is a gap of finance, so this was one of the priorities for the Biodiversity Finance Plan, and a financial solution was delivered to understand more what we were trying to address, what were the needs, and so there was a whole process that was followed with an interinstitutional commission where indigenous people were represented always, from the beginning and through a participative process, including indigenous people. We just facilitated what they would identify as potential activities and products related to tourism, which was the focus of what they wanted in this target.
So out of this process, it was not only to understand what were the potential products. We had 60 products being came out of this process in 7 indigenous territories, but they also wanted to define what was the tourism that they wanted to attract. Where were the places where they did want to go and bring tourism, with what type of tourism they wanted to show, which were sacred places where no tourism was not going to be allowed. And so this whole process defined these needs. So afterwards, what we did is understand what were the financial and capacity needs that were needed for these requirements, and we developed a mechanism called an incubator program, which was co-named with indigenous people, called Raíces, which means roots, because they wanted to show from the inside and dig deep into the earth, but look into the future with these potential activities that would also be business, but with the cosmovision and cultural respect for for their cultures and the land. So what BioFin did was liaise with the development bank system, which is a second-floor bank in Costa Rica, and the program was presented and it was approved, and now we have $250,000 for this program, which is incubating 14 entrepreneurs per each cohort, which is twice a year. Already there are 1,400 hectares being sustainably used through these initiatives, and the good part of this is that it's an ongoing program that is being already fed, because there are still constraints, like in defining what are the entrepreneurships that are integrating all of these principles that were what indigenous people from these territories, these 7 territories, wanted to promote. So in this example, I think it's very important to highlight that there are also that international cooperation with national funding is very important to tap into these resources, to make the right mechanisms that fit the needs. And we have also been liaising so that finance sector has very strict rules, and sometimes they are the constraints which do not allow indigenous people to access these fundings. So we have been able to make the case with the social and economical rights, as we were discussing in an earlier panel, to have alternative processes that will meet these needs for transparency and have the right the enabling environment, so that these entrepreneurs can go forward and be eligible, even though they might not have they don't have individual land ownership, but we have the conditions for the entry point so that they are eligible, and we're making the case so that they can participate.
Thanks a lot, and I've just been told that we have a limited time, so I will try to wrap up. Yeah. And she's showing me the dollar sign that I have to pay $100 for every 1 minute delay, which I don't have, so I have to be very mindful. Anel, I want to ask you quickly that you have been advocating for indigenous knowledge. Are we really seeing any progress in terms of recognition of indigenous knowledge? Can you share some example where there has been some progress?
Sí, yo creo que hemos avanzado.
Yes, I believe we have progressed. In the input of the additional knowledge for biodiversity conservation. We're just coming from Geneva, and where we discussed the new work plan for Ochocopa And we are advocating for a subsidiary article, and there's the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystems, which is recognizing the systems of indigenous knowledge. And as I always say, the scientific and the indigenous knowledge are complementary. If we want to get an answer or an alternative to improve conservation, you have to put them the two at the same level. In the COP28 on climate change, the knowledge of indigenous people will be recognized as concerns climate change. These are small progresses. What is necessary now is that all these discussions and this international knowledge be implemented at national level, because we're progressing at international level, but at the national level there are still quite a lot of limitations, and we still have to work hard at this level to see in what way what we manage to get at international level can be applied at national level, and that the indigenous knowledge can be recognized, especially the knowledge concerning what we can get from the use of biodiversity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I would like to take one question from the audience. We have time for one question. If no question, that means this panel was really good and you got everything. No questions? Okay, think of it. Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Maybe a question for you. I'm sorry, one second. Do you have like any secondary market solutions to sustain the direct investments?
In this example, specifically for Raíces, what we're doing is catalyzing a whole lot of other investments and making them national programs so that they are nationally owned and will. The Development Bank system has already authorized a multiple-year allocation of funds, but we're also tapping into other types of finance with the Ministry of Work, with the Ministry of Rural Development, that are investments that are required to make the whole, to address the whole gap of investment that has not happened in these territories, and that are direct requests from the communities because they need to improve their livelihoods, their water sanitation, the access to bridges, roads. And so all of these investments are being pulled by this particular program, and also with local governments and other initiatives. And we're also connecting them through market associations of tourism that will, through these initiatives, will be connected for these entrepreneurs. Even we have one of the entrepreneurs, for example, is a local agency operator for indigenous tourism in the region. So they are connecting with each other and with a larger, and of course the Tourism Institute of Costa Rica. So this is a catalytic initiative that pulls forward, that provides showcase what is being done, but is pulling a lot of other types of financial resources. And I think that's one of another lesson that we have learned, is that it's not just the one silver bullet that will solve everything. It's a collection of a portfolio of financial solutions that should be aimed to all of these financial needs.
Thanks a lot, Anna. Before we wrap up, I want to, thanks. I want to ask you, Andrew, where do rangers fit in all this?
Thanks, Rat. Yeah, I think if you think of what I was talking about earlier with the job description or the roles that rangers play, it's no coincidence that some of what the forest guardians have spoken about, you think of the protecting natural landscapes and cultural heritage, you think of connecting people to the environment, you think of these things. And these, listening to Benki yesterday, these are very much connected to what the indigenous people and local communities are trying to do in their areas. So we know that the vast majority of rangers, certainly in Africa, come from the local communities. We have parks where we have over 95% of the rangers live within the boundaries of the park. And we need to work, really closely with communities. Rangers themselves belong to these communities, and they're often indigenous people. So this, the best description I've seen is this, what they call collaborative stewardship systems of rangers working hand in hand with communities to protect what's inside the protected area. But we know we cannot protect biodiversity just inside national parks. So communities outside, we have community rangers in Africa that are working in these landscapes outside of protected areas. And we need to ensure that the inequality between the community rangers, who are often doing it for free, they're not getting compensated monetary-wise for the services that they're providing in these landscapes. And we need to address that inequality between the community rangers and the uniformed rangers inside the parks. And if we can get that right, we can really achieve something. And I think the closer we can bring these two groups, they're not different groups. That's what I keep saying to people in Africa. These are, when I look at our members of 2,600 people, 90% of those rangers are from these local communities. And how can we work closer and support the guys working in the community areas? In Zambia, we have rangers working for community resource boards outside of national parks. And those rangers are benefiting from some of the carbon schemes in some of these areas. Those are the kind of things we need to explore. How do we get the indigenous people and the community members who are rangers, as well as their communities? They're often the breadwinners in these communities. And how do we get them to benefit from nature which belongs to them?
Thanks, Andrew. So it's about all-inclusive workforce. So I would like to wrap up with a story of one of my friends who is a ranger. So this guy is from largest indigenous tribe in India, and he's a government ranger. He works for the state government. He belongs to a Nishi tribe, and in the tribe, for generations, they killed great pied hornbill to make bills for their heads. And scientific knowledge was saying the great pied hornbill population is going down, you can't continue this practice. When this person became a ranger, it was very hard for him to implement the law, because the law said you can't kill hornbills. But that's what his father does, that's what his grandfather did, that's what he had seen for generations. What he came up with the solution, we're going to make a wooden hornbill and promote among our community, and now they all use the fake bill, and still the tradition continues, and he engaged his community to protect the hornbill nest. And now the scientific knowledge says the hornbill population is increasing. So what Anil was saying, how scientific knowledge and indigenous knowledge actually really complement each other. So it's not about one group versus others, it's all of us are in this together, and we have to find a solution together. Before I end, I need to answer my question, right? How many of you all have thought of a number in your head, how many rangers are there in world's protected areas? But before I answer that, how many are you from UK? Raise your hand. Anybody from UK? Okay. There are more hairdressers in the UK than number of rangers in world's protected areas. How many of you are from US? Raise your hand. Nobody from US? Okay. There are more people working in the golf courses in the US than rangers in the world's protected area. So I will let you decide the number, but that's the number. More hairdressers in the UK versus less number of people protecting our parks. Thank you very much.
Did I save 1 minute? You managed to save, you did save a minute, and you get $30 for that. We're going with the numbers presented earlier. You're free to leave the stage now as well. I mean, you're welcome to stay, but it might be a bit uncomfortable because a few more people are about to join, so you might find you get a bit squeezed in there. We are almost there, but we cannot end today. Thank you so much. Take back my stage. Sorry, I mean the event stage. We're almost there, but we are talking a lot about concrete ideas, concrete actions, concrete routes forward. And of course, tomorrow, in a little bit, I'll be telling you as well about the workshops and what they look like tomorrow. But before tomorrow morning's workshop, we do have a call to action document that was sent to all of you in advance. And I'd like to welcome to the stage the FCI partners to present said document to all of you here now. So first, I would like to welcome from the Prince of Albert II of Monaco Foundation, Sariel Vauquois-Pontes. From the International Ranger Foundation, Monica Alvarez. From the Global Forest Coalition, Valentina Figueroa Martinez. Sorry, I'll move over here. Hold on, let me get myself out of the way. From the IUCN World Commission of Environmental Law, Christina Voigt. And from the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity, Ramsin Kamushu. On his way? Bum, bum, bum. You're gonna make me sing. Dun, 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 dun. So cool with it as well. Cyril, I will hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much to all of you to attend today. And thank you to all of our great speakers. We heard very insightful messages. So now, as many of you know, the Forest and Communities Initiative partners had organized webinars last spring in preparation of this conference. From the key messages of those webinars, we have put together a call for action document that we hope will be a very tangible and useful outcome product that we could all use in the framework of our work and actions. The document highlights the main challenges and recommendations of the topics covered in today's conference, which are going to be summed up by the Forest and Communities Initiative partners right now. Just a little bit of information that was also shared with you. This is currently a 2-pager. We aim at finalizing the document right after the conference by adding some key messages, quotes from key speakers on the first page, and the names of the participants, you, on the last page. So now, Monica, from the International Ranger Federation, will say a few words on the key takeaway messages and recommendations on the topic of effective forest conservation methodologies.
Can you hear me there? Yeah? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we decided instead of hi everyone, yeah. So we decided instead of reading the call for action I think it's better, everyone's a bit tired of all the whole day. So we were just gonna share some of the key messages and highlight what came out of the panels that really represent as well the call for action. So for the first panel, that was effective forest conservation methodologies. There's no doubt that best conserved areas in the world are IPLC owned, so we need to pay attention and listen. Strong spiritual connection, not only with nature, but it is to be considered as a home. So what to do? Some of the messages that came out. Respect IPLC traditional knowledge and methodologies, but also in decision-making processes. Also promote real inclusive conservation, changing the narrative of IPLC to landowners. Rights of the IPLC should be at the center, not bottom-down approaches. No, yeah, bottom down. How to scale it up? What needs to change was one of the questions. IPLCs are key actors of implementation on the ground. So we need to think not as included, but supporting local initiatives. It's important to build bridges between modern technologies and traditional knowledge. Rethink the processes of mapping, for example, and values that should be considered, as we saw in the example of Mapeo. Tools should be owned and used by the communities and local people, and important to use the tool that they use the tools from their own values and what they want to include in these technologies. So as we saw in the Guarani case. Something that came out really strongly was the power of partnerships. Everyone in society has a role to play. IPLCs, donors, rangers in IPLCs. Partnerships are fundamental to pave the way of improving, but it's important that these partnerships become are centered in IPLCs and right holders. Important as well of collective thinking, as this conference is bringing us today. Fundamental to take places and spaces in media to build common call to action and jointly defend the right holders and then traditional knowledge and avoid perceived incentives. Thank you, and now Valentina.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I need the mic that works.
We can share mics, that's fine. Thank you for having the patience to be here until the end of the session. I'll be brief. I think that one crucial discussion that we had today, and also in the different online panels that we had, is the need to include the voices of the peoples, the forest peoples who are at the forefront of forest and biodiversity conservation. And this is not rhetoric. This is something that we all know from different international, local, and regional spaces and articulation that can lead us to substantive biodiversity outcomes. So we need to make it happen, including the women's valuable contributions that are often excluded, so that we can build an inclusive, participatory call for action after the end of this conference. So let's keep promoting the valuable contribution of women, especially indigenous women, local, rural, Afro-descendant women from the different communities who are working there and have valuable practices, traditions that have been implementing all over millennia. So thank you, and let's continue working and building these alliances together.
Thank you. In the call for action, if you have had a look at it yet, you will see there's a whole, in several places a reference to governance structures, robust and effective and inclusive governance structures. And I just wanted to supply here with what we discussed earlier, within the governance structure, the absolute crucial role of law that we had the panel on earlier. And here I just want to make three very brief points that we got out of that panel. One was that it's not just about law, but the right type of law that is necessary. When it comes to environmental law, it is laws that recognize the integrity of ecosystems, that are inclusive to those that live from and in the forest, and enable an development that is sustainable for all that live from and in forests. The second point is that environmental law is important and good to have, but we also have to look beyond environmental law, and maybe most importantly there, because as Tashi reminded us, global supply chains, they are drivers of deforestation that lie outside the environmental sphere, that may be agriculture, mining, transport, many different drivers. And it usually is other types of law that regulate their behavior and their conduct. And it's very important to create synergies and consistencies within the legal system so that we don't have one area of law that tries to protect the forest while it's undermined by other areas, in particular when it comes to trade or investment protection. These areas have to be also very inclusive, and one has to have a good eye on what's happening there. The same applies to human rights law, how well they're designed and how well they're protective of indigenous people's rights, especially their participation, their right to access to information and decision-making, and eventually access to justice. And the final point is a very brief point. Laws are wonderful to have, but they're worth nothing if they only remain on paper. Laws are only effective if they're effectively implemented and enforced. And it's usually there where the problems start. So we have to look at the entire value chain of laws, if you want to call it like this, from making the right laws, but also to effective implementation all the way to effective enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Ramson Karmushu, and I represent the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I will share a few points. When it comes to what we are discussing today going forward, IFB, as an example, has been in this space talking about the indigenous peoples and local communities in the 7 socio-biocultural regions of the world, which I think we all know, and have always dedicated to talk about their rights in biodiversity conservation and being guardians of nature. Going forward, we think that partnership has the biggest power to drive change. Many years ago, 30 years ago and beyond, the indigenous peoples and local communities did not have spaces really to talk about their rights in these spaces. But we have seen a lot of change today. Indigenous peoples and local communities have been recognized due to the leaders that have been there and talking about the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. And that should be encouraged and supported. The credits, of course, we have people that have been supporting this, and these are there are quite a lot of countries that have dedicated in this solidarity and bringing funds for the indigenous peoples to be able to attend these biodiversity discussions and contribute their voices. It also goes to different UN forums that have also come into this partnership. And then the other thing is that we are talking about partnership as no choice. Going forward, we really think we really want to talk about partnership, that it has no choice. Whenever you are thinking about biodiversity conservation, don't look at the indigenous peoples and local communities as recipient and you are a donor. You should come down, sit together, develop programs, and work together. The other thing is about the indigenous people's rights, conditions, and needs and priorities. We need to serve our priorities, rights, and everything whenever we are talking about protecting nature and biodiversity. So we also call donors. When we do this partnership, we want the funding to fit into our own needs and not to the donor needs. That's why we call for partnership that drives change at the ground. Last year, actually, there is a research that has been done and showed 700 billion gap in biodiversity finance. And there are quite a lot of dedicated structures that are now trying to fill into this gap. Target 18 and 19 of the Montreal Biodiversity Framework is dedicated into that and coming up with frameworks that are trying to fill this gap by 2030 to mobilize resources of around 200 million per year. And I think it's not only one forum to think about it, it's all society approach where we all need to think about it. The other thing is that we are all talking now about direct finance, and how does direct finance also come into? We should be talking about fitting into all the rights and things that we are talking about. That's how direct finance, of course, will happen. So many people, I like the elder when he was talking about, like, do I need money? Do I need to sell my children to get money? Of course, we need money, but we see a lot of researches keeping indigenous peoples within the private and partnership and treating them as beneficiaries of these businesses, private. And we need our lands to be treated quite exclusively, thinking about indigenous peoples standing alone. Indigenous peoples and local communities have been fitting into proposals, so I think we also need to, and people have been talking about capacity building for indigenous peoples. I think it's also a high time now for the donors and the finance sector to build their own capacity to understand us as well. And then the other thing is we are talking about expeditious, putting resources into place. We are talking about like doing a proposal today and being funded 3, 4, 5 years ago. We are still trying to talk about like how do we expedite this? We know our needs, we know what we want to do in the land, we do proposals, this goes too slow. We are calling for donors to really think about that as well, and put these funds into place when we have things to serve. Otherwise, we also are calling about flexibility in reporting, because sometimes we are given a fund and 2 months you are told to report, 6 months. This is very tough. Sometimes biodiversity regeneration does not take a short time as we think, and we think about like how do we do best reporting that you know, so many things. A lot of reporting can be shown in the videos we have seen here. That can be reporting, really. That you have done work, you have shown in a video, that's good reporting. And just communication, talking, and yeah, thank you so much.
Almost concludes now. Thank them very much. It's our partners at FCI. Yes, I will take back the stage just for a moment. It'll be my last moment on the stage. So we do know that today is not the final day. We're back again tomorrow, and it's very, very important. Tomorrow we have workshops that will be taking place. We'll be diving deeper to get many more of those concrete actions. We will kickstart in exactly this room. I, however, will not be with you tomorrow. I will be concluding with you this evening, and almost like a little sad note or a little heartfelt note from me. This event for me personally has been quite special. I normally say it in my intro, but I haven't said it today. I actually grew up in Papua New Guinea. I was there from the age of 4 until I was 16 years old. So to be back in a room surrounded by some culture that was what I grew up with has been quite a special moment for me personally. This has been day 1. We will see you back here tomorrow. My name's Lavelda Vincenzi. Have a wonderful rest of your evening and enjoy the drinks reception. I did.
How come you grew up in Papua?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for our workshop. Hello. Okay, so today we don't have the bubbly Lavelda, so I will do my best to moderate our workshop. There's not, in any case, much to do. I will give you instructions on what we're going to do this morning, and then later you will be the one speaking, so that's easy for me. We will just start our day with a message from Nemonte. So I will leave her the floor 5 minutes. You will need your headset for translation. Reminder, translation channels on the screen here. And Nemonte, the floor is yours.
Waponimbaneke.
Waponimameke. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, I forgot to give you a very important message because we indigenous, we need more time to speak. We can't speak in 10 minutes. So I hope you will forgive me for speaking now, which wasn't planned, but I would like to take a few minutes to talk to you and to tell you what we're doing in Ecuador. I believe you must have seen in the news a few months ago in August in Yasunin, we won Yasunin, in Yasunin. Yasunin, to give you a few words, it's one of the most diverse places in the world. It's a Guarani territory where they discovered oil, and they've been drawing oil for more than a decade. And this is where we're fighting, because this is the place where our family is one of the two families living in the Yasunin Park that weren't contacted. So we fought, saying that we wanted the right to vote in the month of August. It was very difficult for us in the Amazonian region to vote no, because the people voting are the people in Guayaquil, Quito, in the big cities. So what did we do? We joined the whole Amazonian region to be able to act. So what did we say? We got together all women, men, students, activists, and we tried to explain to everyone the importance about the type of life that the families living in the park meant. And this is a sacred land for us. My grandfather is buried there. So we went to all these people, and we said to the company, I know that development means eliminating poverty, but after a decade, we've seen that all it has done has been damage the water, the territory, and it's a cultural shock. So we went to speak and to explain this. We made a film about all this so that people would understand the importance of the indigenous knowledge. And we started campaigning. We started on August 20th. Most of the Ecuadorian society voted yes for society. Yes for life. We must take care of our land, and so the yes to Yasunin won 40%. So now there's a new election, a new president in Ecuador, and we hope that thanks to this vote, he's going to enable to give force to our vote. So when he took over his post, he didn't take into account the yes to Yasunin. So our concern is to get together with the rest of the Amazon region. We hope that the Ecuadorian president is going to respect this vote and respect us and not leave us aside. So we are going to start another campaign. We want a global campaign, and we are we want this petition that won in the referendum to be taken into account, because the president can do whatever he wants. So this petition is going to be launched in December or January. We're going to make a digital campaign asking everybody to vote and to say that the Ecuadorian indigenous families won, and they must have a word in this oil exploitation problem, oil drilling problem, because there's a great diversity in the Yasunin Park. It's not only a sacred land, but it's a place with a lot of biodiversity. So I'm very concerned. So what I'm telling you, as our friends gave us, it's like he said yesterday, what do you want, to sell the trees or to sell your children? So obviously some people have problems and would like to give in. But we have to protect our area. So we would like you to help us write a letter. We are going to need 1,000 signatures, because when I was in 2019, I got a great victory against the Ecuadorian state. It was not only for the indigenous people of Ecuador. I asked the support of the people all over the world digitally. So it's very important, and I got a great support at the time. So it wasn't for the Guaranis or only the indigenous people. It was about the life of the human beings, the life of the planet in general. And we got a lot of support at the time. And the president of Ecuador at the time felt the pressure, realizing that the whole world was supporting us. So this time I'm going to ask you from the bottom of my heart, as you're listening, I believe that all of you are working elsewhere in the world to defend your national parks or your areas. We're going to write a letter, and we're going to be here. And if you want to contact my friend Lucrecia here, she will give you our email address. And if you agree and you can sign this petition, this letter, we would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nemonte. So you heard a message. If you want to know more, or if you agree, you and your organization, to help them sign the petition so they can save the land that she was mentioning, you can go to Lucrecia. Thank you very much. Okay. So now back to business. We're going to start our workshops. Okay, so yesterday we did ask that you came to me to choose the topic you wanted to work on this morning. Some of you did, and I thank you for that. Most of you didn't. So we're going to split the groups this morning. So the topics are the same as the panels. There are 3 workshops that are going to be at the same time. So choose the one you want to work on. So no surprise here again, same topics as the panels yesterday. The objectives of this workshop this morning for us, I mean, it's to further the discussions on the 3 topics we had yesterday. We want to identify needs, and we would like ideally to get suggestions of concrete, tangible actions. So basically, we want to know what you're doing on the ground, or things that you would like to see implemented, things that you need. We want to hear about your perspective. That's what it is about this morning. Okay, now, practically speaking, again, you choose the topic you want to work on. There will be working table per topic, so we will move to separate rooms. Normally, maximum 8 people per table, so that everyone can be heard. It might even be less people per table. We have proposed one main question for each workshop to help start the conversation, but again, the idea is to hear from you, so you don't necessarily have to respect the question. Per table, we will need one, sorry, that's a mistake here. We need one moderator and one note taker that will also be the person reporting back when we come back in this room. So each table will have a few minutes, between 5 and 10, depending on how many tables we have this morning, to explain the main, to sum up basically what the main take-home messages of their table was. And we will write down all of it, and we will, well, ideally try to take something concrete out of this morning. In terms of the moderator per table, normally this is a 1-hour workshop time on the table. So the idea we proposed was to make sure that everyone can say their piece, to maybe do a first round around the table, like just a few minutes, maybe 3 to max 5 minutes, or 2 to 3 minutes per person. So everyone says something, and then second round, get more in-depth with some of the ideas maybe that the table would like to explore further. Okay, so we are a little bit late, but normally coffee break is at 10:20, and the main information is we are back in this room at 10:50. So you can work longer if you want, it just means a bit less coffee break, but back here at 10:50, so we have time to do reporting back, and then let you go free for the day. Okay, so since we didn't split the groups yesterday, I am going to ask Valentina and Maria, thank you, to please come here on my right in front. They are going to be representing the topic 1. Then I will ask Ishan to come here in front on the left, on my left, and Monica, Wolfgang, and Ramson to go at the back of the room. Les sujets. Bien sûr. There we go. Okay, so now those who want to work on topic 1, you will go with Maria and Valentina. Those who want to work on topic 2, you will go with Ishan, and those who want to work on topic 3, you go at the back of the room. You may stand up and join the group you would like to work on. Thank you. Thank you for coming back. We're going to resume a little bit late, very late, actually. Thank you so much for your work this morning. I've heard it was productive. So let's actually hear about all of that now. I think we're going to start with the group that was on workshop 1. If I can have the note taker reporter, Valentina. Perfect. Thank you so much. Yes. So we will have 50 minutes. I believe there were in total 4 groups. 2 of them were a lot bigger. I think we can, let's try to stick to 10 minutes. 10 minutes, doable? Okay, 10 minutes per table.
10 minutes, it's a lot. Thank you for the time. Well, basically, it was a very rich and productive table. A lot of topics came out, but I would say that the main conclusion would be that a best practice would have to be or include a human rights approach. One of the aspects was that it is important to have evidence-based approach in order to identify areas of critical values, landscapes, environmental services, community needs, as well as the financial sector. Another aspect was capacity building. Many of the participants of the table are actually having interventions in different communities around the world. It was very rich to listen from, communities doing forest conservation and ecosystem conservation in, Asia, Africa. It was really Latin America, really interesting to see the connections and the similarities. And one of the examples of best practices is also having capacity building on rights for indigenous peoples and local communities. Actually, one of the things that emerged was that when communities know their rights and know about rights violations, the community identifies the challenges, identifies the resources, and is able to protect. So the moment they know their rights, they are confident to move forward in forest conservation. So a crucial aspect is to respect and recognize those rights involving everyone from the community, women, youth, elder, gender diverse people. Another aspect was equal participation in decision-making processes, resources and conditions for women in community meetings. It's important to make them available so that they can participate. For example, having childcare so that women can actually participate, having safe spaces for women. It's also important, kid-friendly community assemblies so that they can actually be there without having to being aware of other demands. It's also important. Another aspect was having a participatory approach, which means taking into account social and cultural aspects in the landscape. Another aspect that was very interesting as well is the division between the organizational level work and the community level work. The organizational level work includes making youth and women part of the decision-making bodies. When you have assemblies, committees that have an equal participation, they can actually highlight their important contributions and perspectives. And also at a community level, it is important to improve the challenges in terms of giving access to that decision-making processes, respecting the wisdom and the values of the community. Another aspect that also emerged in line with what has been discussed here over the last few days is also related to the legal system. The need to promote, for example, gender alliances of legislation initiatives so that women can actually be aware, which is also connected to the promotion of human rights among the community members. It's also a need so that they can actually promote substantive changes within the legal framework. Another aspect is crucial or mentioned as a good practice is having substantive data on community needs to know the target groups and what groups need what kind of resources. Another important topic was the free, prior, and informed consent, which has been also mentioned all over the panels and discussions that we have had here. And regarding the needs, to finalize, one thing that really emerged was the need to change perspectives in terms of community work in forest conservation, because some top-down approaches developed whether by state-owned agencies or government agencies or environmental ministries, sometimes there is a tendency to not respect the community and traditional values, wisdom, and knowledge that the community have to develop their own practices. So that's quite a challenge in some landscapes. Another aspect is the lack of participation of indigenous peoples and local communities, substantive participation in conventions and COPs in terms of decision-making processes. It is good to have them in panels, of course, in events, side events, etc., but also closing that gap between the actual participation in the decision-making processes. Another aspect that is also a challenge is the need to create women safe spaces, considering cultures. Sometimes for women it is difficult to participate in meetings when men are
participating. They don't feel safe. They don't feel it as a safe space to express freely. So also consider having free spaces at a local level is fundamental so that those inequalities can actually close. And the lack of financial and gender technical resources is another challenge described. We need to consider financial resources when we plan and implement projects, right? And sometimes those projects, when we go to the ground, we realize that we are not closing the gender gap. But if we don't plan in advance with the capacity building and the knowledge on gender to develop an intervention that is gender sensitive or gender transformative, we cannot implement it in the community. So we need to have financial resources to develop gender interventions that are inclusive and can close the gap. So also the lack of gender methodologies to develop, for example, questionnaires, assess what are the needs of the communities, what the community needs, how the rights can be promoted and improved is also fundamental. And another two aspects that were also reflect, finally to wrap up, was relations with government. Sometimes when we go to international meetings, we try to lobby with parties so that we can let them know about the needs or the important value of other stakeholders involved in the process. And sometimes it is a challenge to actually get into action when we're doing this work. And the conflict of data, sometimes it overlaps between the government data because they do want to sometimes maximize the data to find funds from different sources, and it doesn't match with the CSO or other local community level data. So it is important also to reflect and overcome those challenges. That was it, I think.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful, and we have taken good notes of it. Thank you very much for your thoughts, everyone, on the workshop 1. Okay, now we're going to move to the workshop 2. Roberto from IUCN, WCEL, is going to present the outcomes of the workshop 2. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. In panel 2, we discussed our experiences and tried to find where we find gaps in environmental law regarding access to information, participation, and access to justice. We divided this into 3 levels, domestic, and 3 different topics, domestic law, politics, and international law. When it comes to domestic law, we thought it was important to take into consideration the multiplicity of legislations. Laws can seem very much disconnected at times. Also, it was very important to take into account the plurality of laws when it comes to customary indigenous laws that need to be integrated into national laws. That's not happening at the moment. In the international level, there's a capacity building of lawyers to become more aligned with indigenous people issues. There is also a top-down approach which needs to change. One of the points brought up related to representation of indigenous people at COPs. And then we have indigenous people tenure rights. We need to create a minimum for companies to comply with. All the other points that were brought up is the growth of populism, which is a problem when it comes to the political spectrum. We have extreme right movements that do not include indigenous peoples in the decision making. At the same time, also from the indigenous people's point of view, it was expressed that every time there is a new law, we have to start over again. There's no continuity. If we don't recognize the indigenous laws, as said before, there's no harmonization between the customary indigenous law and national laws. From the rangers' point of view, it was mentioned that rangers do not have enough voice in when it comes to the creation of law. Rangers try to apply the laws, but sometimes these are made by people that do not have the time or the understanding of what we're dealing with. Also, from the rangers' point of view, there's two types of rangers, which are uniformed and ununiformed rangers, and one have legal mandates and the others don't. So there's also a need to harmonize this in order for all of them to have the strength in their mandate. Going back to companies, it was said there's an evolution of the private sector liability. This needs to move on. It needs to get stronger. Also, another very interesting point that was raised is the fact that why do you want to formalize these changes in places where there's destruction? There are often dictatorships. There's no rule of law. Instead of creating restrictions for countries to buy these products, this means to attack the demand and not the offer. It was then asked if there's access to justice available for indigenous peoples, and the main problem is the lack of funding. It's not profitable for environmental lawyers to do it pro bono, while polluters or companies pay to the best law firms in these countries to defend them. And this makes it very difficult for our case. So in Africa, sometimes you have governments supporting these companies, so the entire system is against you, both the legal system, but also the executive one, which make it almost impossible to bring a case or to win or even bring a case to court. And lastly, going back to companies, the lobbies of oil companies are much more powerful than states sometimes. So this is another reason to balance this power in the international fora, where representation should be given, more representation should be given to indigenous peoples. And yeah, that's everything. I don't know if I forgot everything, and that's okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roberto. Thank you to everyone who participated in the workshop 2. Again, very insightful. We have taken good notes of it, and we are going to try to make something out of it, something concrete. Okay, now we move to the workshop 3. There were 2 tables. We're going to start with the Spanish table. So, Monica, on stage. Thank you. Just to give you one.
Yeah, exactly. Hi, everyone. So if that's okay, I'm going to say it in Spanish because all the table was Spanish speakers. So if you want to listen to translation, thank you. Okay, en nuestra mesa.
À notre table, nous avons, in our table, we talked about the third topic, the topic of funding and resources, and how can we make sure that these resources actually get to the territory. to the territories. To sum up, we identified 3 main challenges. The first one is a financial architecture systemic problem. There are resources, but it's very difficult for these resources to get to the land. Sometimes they get waylaid on the way, and they're seen as a trade issue. There's also a lack of recognition for the populations, the defenders, the rangers, all the people in these lands. So we need a way to motivate these people and to recognize their ability. And there's a major problem, which is that of the land tenure. There's a major disadvantage for peoples and populations, indigenous populations, and in particular women. As far as land tenure is concerned, very often the women are the most at risk. So we need to have the right administrative laws or regulations. So we identified 4 elements. First, we should train the donors again. The idea is not to include the local populations or indigenous populations, but to support their processes. Second thing, to change the rules of the game. Before giving the resources, there should be a support process, and funds should be earmarked for training so that these people have the ability to receive this money. Very often it's not this case, and very often also they receive it through intermediaries. So it's important for donors to increase the abilities of the communities and to support them and follow them afterwards. Not only give the resources, but be with them for the assessment as well. There's also the importance of the visits on site so that the donors understand the cultural issues and can co-create a project so that the best conditions are there. There's also the elimination of administrative barriers as soon as possible so that the money gets there and gets to the people that should receive them. There's also the issue of innovative projects based on co-creation, as we heard yesterday. And things must be designed by both parties. It's not a reciprocity. But those who receive the resources must be made able to receive it, but the donors must understand why they need it. And there's also Amazon Frontline, which after 10 years of learning and co-creating with donors has now much more impact on the land and is now moving on to other populations in the alliance. And there's also the importance of the network, using the network of the foundation and the donors who are here to be able to introduce the cultural changes. Did I miss anything? No? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was actually super, super clear, a lot of concrete ideas. So thank you to the Spanish-speaking table on workshop 3 for all your great ideas. And now we're moving to the last table. So the note taker for the English, French, Mongolese table, please come on stage. Thank you, Ramson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We had a very diverse group too, and yeah, it was good to discuss from all corners of the world. And I think the issues are clearly the same. since we are all talking about communities. So our first main point was to come up with clear consultation processes by the donors to understand the community. And yeah, there is an identification that we all agreed that in every aspect that there is a fund is coming out, there is always that aspect of fund that's going to the community. So we also believe that there is really funding that needs to go down to the community, but they need to understand they need to understand how the communities are on the ground, and there needs to be a very clear consultative process between the donor and the community. And then the other thing is donors also, there is also an aspect that came still when we were discussing that aspect of finance. And sometimes, you know, the rangers were talking about like a donor wants a video of an environment, coming up with complicated tools such as drones, Land Cruisers, Land Rovers, but there are basic needs that are missing, such as boots for rangers, gloves for the people who are staying in very cold environment. Those are the basic needs, and also the security of their own families. Those are not the things that are majorly looked at, but someone is looking at something like how to document a project and things like that. So there is also some very small but technical basic needs that needs to be filled before we think about the bigger things of how to report such projects. And then the other thing that we came up with is minimizing the transaction cost. And yes, as much as there is funding, there is also a lot of intermediation where the funding is going, yes, but a small percentage reaches the ground. Why? Because when the funding is leaving the donor, it goes through another intermediary, another donor, a government, another regional organization. Before it reaches the ground, it's really almost nothing. Yes, the percentage can come like maybe 1%, 2%, 3%. Yes, there's funding coming, but is it enough? The other thing is identification of resilient grassroots organizations that are not affected by international dynamics such as COVID, for example. COVID has really taught us that when someone is implementing a grassroots organization, transport is cut down, so there is no way for you to continue going to the ground. But if you identify a community at the ground, work will continue whether you are there or not, because there are those resilient organizations at the grassroots. You only need to transfer money and they continue to do the work. So whether there is COVID, there is a war or anything, work will continue. So there is need to also identify that. There is also a clear need to identify what is the funds needed for. In most cases, we are talking about financial flows and everything. It's good that we are also sitting with the people who know what their finance means. And they were saying, like, we should also clearly differentiate grant money and investment money, because they are reported differently. So if you are asking for investment money, know that you need to put things in place to report the money clearly, because you need to show it's business, you know? But when it's grant money, I think the mechanism of reporting those two kind of funds should be different in a way. And quite a lot have been also mentioned by this team that came before. Okay, in cases where there is intermediation, communities at the ground should be consulted through an FPIC process to identify who the money should come through, not just creating a fund here and you already have a consultant in mind that you are going to give this money to deliver to the communities. Communities who are going to receive this funding should be consulted to identify the channel where the money should come through, whether it's a local organization or whoever they feel safe that this money is going to come to them, they should be consulted so that the money can come through. And then the other thing is there is an aspect of Reporting is also one other thing that the rangers are saying. It's really draining a lot of project funds. The funds is coming from the donors, but the national government plus the donor, they are demanding for very critical reporting system. So this calls for technical teams to be employed and things like that. And I think there is also an aspect then to train the community in terms of reporting so that they can report their own funding. Because whenever you employ experts who are documenting in videos and things like that, they drain a lot of project money. And to save that, maybe is to go down fast and train the communities to build their own capacity. And then there is also the aspect of the intercultural intermediation. This is where we identified that there is always a goodwill at the community where they want to implement the project in a very good way. But in terms of reporting, maybe, and in terms of reporting, in terms of finance, and maybe even taking pictures and everything like that, they do not connect with the international world. So this one needs to be replicated as well. Before you give funding, it's still connected to the one that I just mentioned before. Okay, and then there is also the issue of saying the positive way to solve a lot of these problems is to put ourselves out of job. So I don't know what that means, but I will explain it a bit. To put yourself out of work is to give the communities to work, to give the governments a role. So communities, government, and the person who has the money, the donor. All these other many organizations who are trying to implement, I think you create a conflict whenever you want to employ yourself, you want to keep yourself in an office, you are creating a conflict of implementation. So when you want to solve all this conflict, put a system where it puts you out. I'm so sorry. And then we finished with a community ranger story, which I think was fascinating. He said, sometimes we need different modes of transport, such as, he's from Mongolia, I think, such as horses, but donors are coming with sophisticated cars. They do not have the basic needs. I think that's the story which I mentioned earlier. Thank you so much. And I will share the notes too.
Thank you so much. Again, super insightful, very concrete, and we get a lot to think about. Thank you to the last workshop group. Thank you to all of you for all those amazing ideas. So to be honest, I thought initially we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going to move to the concluding session. I thought I would try to sum up a bit, but actually that's definitely not possible. So everything that was said today is super important. I think one of the main messages that I got, at least, is that we have the need to get together, do exactly what we did now, to be aware of each other's needs and try to collaborate together to come up with something that's going to suit actually everyone. Okay, so now I'm just going to call on stage my colleagues from the FCI Partners Organization. So I'm going to get Wolfgang from the Global Forest Coalition, please. Monica from the International Ranger Federation. Ishan from IUCN WCEL. And Ramiro Patsin from the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. So on behalf of the Forest and Communities Partners, we want to thank you very, very much for coming to this conference, for listening, and for sharing your perspective. We're really going to try our best to take the outcomes from this morning and try to come up with something concrete that we could implement or share. So in terms of practical, concrete things. These 2-3 days were the inaugural conference of the Forests and Communities Initiative. We are planning to have such a conference every 2 years, so the next one in 2025. And from this conference now, we want to have 2 concrete outcomes: the call for action document that was shared with you and that we discussed yesterday. And we will also have a booklet, a summaries booklet of this conference, including what was discussed this morning in the workshop. This is going to come out as a booklet written, but we're also going to try our best to make infographics out of it so that the messages today can be shared with as many people as possible, and we will most likely also look at translating the English into French, Spanish, Portuguese, so that it can be used and shared within your communities, organizations, and so that it's useful to as many people as possible. Finally, I need to remind or let everyone know, if you didn't know already, that as an initiative, we have a call for projects every year in June. So if you have interesting projects that fit in the objectives of what our initiative is trying to achieve, you can apply. It happens on the website of the Foundation of Prince Albert II. As I said, in June, so next call for project, June 2024. You can apply, and then there's a long process of studying and getting a response from us. Okay, I think that's pretty much it from our perspective. Again, thank you very much for coming. And to really have a proper concluding session, we would like to invite a music group, Raini Piako, apologies if I mispronounce, to have a little bit of a live concert before we all go away back to our lives. Thank you so much.
Oi. Então, bom dia a todos. Eliane, se pode traduzir. Ah, tá. Somente agradecimento a todos que estão aqui presentes.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank all those who are here.
Da terra, a biodiversidade.
We talk about nature, land, biodiversity, and this is what we talk about. And I'm here with Pianco and Rosane, and we're going to share with you
pela nossa tradição, cultura.
part of our knowledge about nature and culture and
vamos refletir para o melhor para a terra,
of our inspiration. I would like to thank you all here. We're going to think about everything we can do to help the land, and as it has given us a lot.
Eu vou cantar uma música, em homenagem à Amazônia, para cada um de nós e para aqueles lutadores que lutam, guardiões da floresta, que possam lutar sempre, cada dia, como tem lutado. E estarei aqui dando essa mensagem à Amazônia e nossa terra, né? Nossa terra querida que tem dado vida para cada um de nós. A natureza chora, pede socorro. Os homens destruídos, a natureza. Comanda este planeta, o Amazônia. Vamos junto cuidar dessa flor. Vejo tanta beleza neste planeta que Deus criou pra nós. Nasce fruto, nasce flor, natureza. Nasce fruto, nasce flor, natureza. Natureza divina, natureza eu sou. Natureza vida, natureza. Amazônia encantada, Samaúma já florou. Amazônia encantada, Samaúma já florou. Natureza divina, natureza eu sou. Natureza vida, natureza. Amazônia encantada, Samaúma já florou. Amazônia encantada, Samaúma já florou. A natureza chora, pede socorro. Os homens destruídos, a natureza. Comanda este planeta, o Amazônia. Vamos junto cuidar dessa flor. Vejo tanta beleza neste planeta que Deus criou pra nós. Nasce fruto, nasce flor, natureza. Nasce fruto, nasce flor, natureza. Natureza divina, natureza eu sou. Natureza vida, natureza. Amazônia encantada, Samaúma já florou. Amazônia encantada, Samaúma já florou. Natureza
Kamarame te ane
Passons aqui.